Chapter 140. Not knowing what Nieli is thinking, they didn't say anything and continued to move forward. From time to time, there would be flocks of birds flying past in the dark gray sky. Their sharp cries added a strange atmosphere to the night. However, these birds are only the size of a palm. Compared to the huge flying demon beast, they are of course a lot smaller. Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch followed closely, being extremely careful. This wasteland is full of hidden dangers. They have no choice but to be careful. What's that? Dowsett frowned his brows for a moment, pointing at the distant wilderness. Niatli followed Dowsett's gaze and could vaguely see a towering monument quietly standing in the distant wilderness. With a thought, Nieli said, "Let's go take a look." The group of people walked towards the giant monument. When they were only a few hundred meters away from it, they felt a pressure coming towards them, making it hard for them to breathe. What is that thing? Lu Piao was very curious. Although the pressure is strong, they can still move forward. Behind Nieli and Bunch, there were a few scarlet ghosts. After feeling the pressure, they immediately scattered. The deterrence of the giant monument to the scarlet ghosts is obviously stronger. "You guys stay here, I'll go take a look," Nieli said. In order to be careful, he merged with the shadow devil demon spirit and slowly approached the giant monument. "Be careful." Xiao Ning, and Bunch nodded their heads and stopped in their tracks. When they were only a few meters away, Nieli raised his head and saw the full appearance of the giant monument. This giant monument is over 10 meters tall. It's made from a material that even Nieli doesn't know about, giving it a dark gray hue. On the giant monument, there are 6 ancient words engraved. Nieli can vaguely recognize one of them. "Those who follow me will be honored. Those who go against me will be destroyed." Yu Yisheng, outstanding talent. At the age of 10, he comprehended the realm of toughness, able to split mountains and break rocks. At the age of 13, he comprehended the realm of softness. At the age of 16, he comprehended the profoundness of demon spirits and broke through to the legend rank. At the age of 30, "No one can take 3 moves from me." He fought all the experts in the world and never tasted defeat. At the age of 40, he comprehended the path of man, opened his mind, and knew his past and present life. At the age of 50, he sensed the arrival of a calamity. He abandoned the throne and floated away, leaving behind the cross chant to be passed on to the later generations. Looking at the words on the giant monument, Nieli's heart shivered. He never thought that this ancient monument was left behind by Kong Ming the Great. From the words, Nieli could feel that this Kong Ming the Great was an outstanding person. What shocked Nieli the most is that Kong Ming the Great was at the path of man at the Ming the Great. How should he understand the phrase past and present life? Nieli could vaguely feel that this Kong Ming the Great definitely has a close relationship with the temporal demon spirit book. This Kong Ming the Great might be the key to unraveling all the secrets. Kong Ming the Great left behind the cross chant? Nieli's gaze fell on the bottom of the ancient monument. He saw that the ancient monument had traces of being scraped by a sharp weapon. It's already blurred to the point that he couldn't recognize it. Just what kind of chant did this Kong Ming the Great leave behind? Why was it scraped? Nieli frowned his brows. Could it be that someone else came here before him? After that person saw the cross chant, in order to prevent it from being obtained by others, he scraped it off. Nieli pondered for a long time. In the ancient Orchid City ruins, and these ruins, there are things left behind by Kong Ming the Great. Just what is Kong Ming the Great's intention? Nieli could sense that behind this series of clues, there's an extremely shocking secret hidden within. What exactly is all of this? After searching around the ancient monument for a long time, he didn't find anything else. With a thought, Nieli touched the scratches with his finger. On the ancient monument, a mysterious ripple slowly spread out. I never thought that when this Kong Ming the Great set up this monument, he had already surpassed legend rank. When he carved his words, he had already left behind his intent on the monument. Although there were people who scraped off the words on the monument, they were unable to remove the intent left behind by Kongming the Great. Images flashed through Nye Li's mind. He seemed to be able to see a middle-aged man in white, standing quietly in the distant sky. Who am I? Just where did I come from, and where am I going? As far as my eyes can see, countless lives are dying and countless lives are being born. Every living being is struggling in the cycle of reincarnation, but the blood of our ancestors is passed down in our bodies. Humans are constantly pursuing the path of the strong. But where is the end of the path? The middle-aged man in white sighed. What is the Tao? What is the Tao? Nye Li smiled in his heart. This was the question that countless people had when they were breaking through the legend rank and reaching a higher realm. Existence is the Tao. Countless experts have been searching for it, but they didn't find it. The Tao is in the heart. Kongming the Great should have comprehended the true meaning of Tao at this place, and then left behind a trace of intent on the monument. But what made Nye Li feel strange was that for tens of thousands of years, there wasn't a Kongming the Great who surpassed the legend rank in the historical records. Could it be that after Kongming the Great had an epiphany, he went somewhere else and didn't stay on this continent? A mysterious person who surpassed the legend rank before me and then disappeared. Nye Li murmured, Infinity has no beginning, and there is no end without beginning. Kongming the Great sighed. Nye Li sensed the 10-word chant left behind by Kongming the Great, and his heart trembled. Back then, he had seen this 10-word chant in the temporal demon spirit book. The 10-word chant was written on a piece of paper, and it was extremely profound. He never thought that it would be comprehended by Kongming the Great. At that time, Nye Li thought that it was left behind by a peerless expert. At that time, Nye Li had already reached a realm that even legend rank experts couldn't imagine. However, he still couldn't comprehend this 10-word chant. Nye Li never imagined that this 10-word chant was left behind by Kongming the Great when he broke through to the legend rank. Thinking back to his previous life, Nye Li suddenly had a deeper understanding of Kongming the Great's words. This 10-word chant talks about the true meaning of life. The inheritance of life is endless. Although Nye Li understood a little, he still didn't fully understand the whole sentence. At this moment, Nye Li suddenly felt that his soul realm was surging. His soul force crazily expanded, filling the Shadow Devil and Fang Panda. The Shadow Devil and Fang Panda underwent their first evolution and mutation. Although he only comprehended a little bit, Nye Li could feel the power of this 10-word chant. He's only in the legend rank, and his understanding of martial Tao has already reached such a level. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Why didn't I meet such a peerless expert in my previous life? Nye Li went silent for a moment. However, there are tens of thousands of worlds that are all-encompassing. The places that I've been to are just a corner of this vast world. There's a wider world out there. Perhaps Kongming the Great has gone to an even more distant world. Nye Li focused his mind. He could only see the gradually blurring figure of Kongming the Great. With the Great Change Heaven Divination technique, I have calculated that there will be 5 people who can obtain my 10-word chant. Every one of them is a peerless expert, and every one of them has a unique understanding of this 10-word chant. These 5 people will kill each other. In the end, there will be one person who will devour the other 4 people's understanding of this 10-word chant and meet me. At that time, it will be the day that I preach. Kongming the Great's leisurely voice floated in the air, disappearing without a trace. Nye Li was shocked. So, he's also within Kongming the Great's divination technique. This Kongming the Great, just what kind of person is he? Kongming the Great calculated that there will be 5 people who will obtain the 10-word chant. These 5 people will kill each other and obtain the other person's understanding of the 10-word chant. As for the other 4 people, just where are they? Nye Li suddenly felt a strong sense of urgency. Perhaps the other 4 people are also looking for him. In a daze, Li seemed to have seen a scene flashing by. A person flew over and stopped in front of the stone tablet. He muttered to himself, "I never thought that there would be such a place in Glory City. This trip is not in vain. Those who follow me will be honored, and those who go against me will be destroyed? What big words. I wonder who this Kong Ming the Great is, to actually dare to speak such arrogant words." That person looked at the stone tablet for a long time, his brows locked together. Infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. What the hell is this? Just 10 words. What kind of peerless cultivation technique can it contain? This guy called Kong Ming the Great really doesn't know what he's talking about. That person seemed to have lost interest in the stone tablet. He turned his head and was about to leave. However, a moment later he turned back. Since I, the Demon Lord, can't comprehend it, then no one else can. The person who called himself the Demon Lord took out a dagger and continuously scratched the stone tablet, scraping the 10 words clean. Haha, it's clean. At this moment, the Demon Lord suddenly frowned his brows. What were those 10 words? Why can't I remember a single word? The Demon Lord scratched his head, but still couldn't remember what those 10 words were. He suddenly had a feeling that those 10 words must be something extraordinary, but he scraped them off. He was filled with regret as he looked at the stone tablet with deep fear. The person who left behind the ancient tablet must have been an extraordinary super expert. The Demon Lord looked at the stone tablet, pondered for a brief moment, then left. He understood that the 10 words that were scraped off were no longer fated with him. Li was suddenly awakened. How could there be anyone else in front of the stone tablet? It seems that the Demon Lord's actions were recorded in the stone tablet, and I saw it. I wonder who this Demon Lord is. He actually arrived here before me. Infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. Li silently chanted, memorizing the 10 words in his heart. Chapter 141. After the Demon Lord erased the 10-word chant, he didn't have any memories of the 10-word chant at all. This shows how powerful Kong Ming the Great's concept is. To be able to remember the 10-word chant, he must be the inheritor that Kong Ming the Great is looking for. Out of 5 inheritors, only one will emerge victorious in the end. Li calmed his state of mind and thought to himself that no matter who he meets in the future, he must not let the other party know that he has comprehended the 10-word chant. Even if it's Yi Ziyun or Xiao Ning, he can't reveal it. If Yi Ziyun or Xiao Ning were to leak it out, it might attract a disaster. Right now, Li is still not strong enough. He doesn't know what kind of existences the other 4 inheritors are. Every time he chanted the 10-word chant, Li could feel his soul force rapidly growing. Within his soul realm, there's a mysterious bud growing. It's like a seed, slowly growing as Li's soul realm grows. Li could feel that this thing has always been hidden in the depths of his soul realm. Only when he comprehended the 10-word chant did this bud start to grow. Just what is this thing? Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch waited for a long time before Li returned. Did you discover anything on the ancient monument? Daozit asked as he looked at Li. He noticed that Li had been standing in front of the monument for a long time. I found something, but the clues haven't been connected yet. Let's continue searching for the stones of light. Li said. Although Daozit was a little doubtful, he didn't ask any further. The group continued to walk towards the direction of the mountain. Wei Nan, merge with your demon spirit and check if there's any similar ancient monument nearby. However, be careful and don't stay too long. Li said as he looked at Wei Nan. Wei Nan merged with a divine movement demon spirit, a wind spiritual beast. After merging with a demon spirit, its size is small, making it hard to notice. At the same time, its movement speed is extremely fast. Ordinary demon beasts wouldn't be able to catch up. All right, I understand, Wei Nan said, nodding his head. He quickly merged with his demon spirit. His limbs became exceptionally strong, and he ran like the wind. Wei Nan and Nye Li's group maintained a distance of about a kilometer. They searched the periphery, but they didn't find anything else. Gradually, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. The specks of starlight halfway up the mountain were already within reach. "I'll go check it out," Nye Li said. He quickly merged with the shadow devil demon spirit and flew towards the waist of the mountain. His figure was completely hidden in the darkness, just like what Nye Li had imagined. This was a continuous stretch of villages. However, the difference between this village and other places was that the houses here were built on top of towering trees. Some places were open platforms, and huge thunderbirds were quietly resting on these platforms. On top of the thunderbird's head, there was a crown-like object that quietly glowed in the night. The specks of light that were flying in the night sky earlier were emitted by the thunderbirds. This place was estimated to have at least tens of thousands of residents living in this huge village. Looking from where they were standing, there were some gorgeous specks of light in the depths of the mountain. "Looks like there's more than one settlement here." There were some guards wearing gray leather armor, holding sharp spears, standing on the branches of some huge trees, guarding. Not far away, halfway up the mountain, a group of people were digging into the mountain, as if they were excavating something. "You dare to be lazy? You're simply courting death," a guard said in the language of the Ulan Empire. He waved his whip and ruthlessly lashed at the miners. Some of the miners couldn't bear the burden and fell to the ground. However, those guards didn't have the slightest bit of pity in their hearts. They continued to whip until one of the miners was no longer breathing. Only then did the guard coldly bark, "Move him out and bury him." The ore they were excavating was the blood crystal's raw stone. There's no need to doubt the effects of the blood crystal. Although a few hundred kilograms of, or can only be refined into a small piece of blood crystal, it's still very considerable. Nye Li never thought that there would be a blood crystal or deposit here. Just when Nye Li was about to continue investigating this place, Nye Li suddenly felt a trace of killing intent. He immediately held the Thunder God's meteorite sword in his hand and vigilantly looked at the bushes beside him. The bushes moved a little and a figure slowly appeared. "Who are you?" A girl of a different race, holding a long sword, appeared from the bushes. She vigilantly looked at Nye Li. Her eyes filled with hostility. Nye Li sized up the other party. Her appearance is different from ordinary humans. She has a pair of silver wings on her back. These wings weren't formed after merging with a demon spirit, but grew on her body. She's wearing a set of silver armor. Her emerald green eyes emitted a faint light in the darkness. Nye Li instantly remembered. This is the Silver-Winged clan from the Ulan Empire era. The first-generation patriarch of the Silver-Winged clan implanted the wings of the Silver-Winged Thunderbird into his body. Furthermore, it was passed down through the bloodline and has been passed down ever since. In the Silver-Winged clan, only the noblest bloodline is worthy of possessing silver wings. The other party is at least a 5-star gold rank expert. Nye Li immediately straightened his body, slightly bowed, and said in the standard Ulan Empire language, "Respected Highness, nice to meet you. We're just some travelers that were passing by and unintentionally barged into this place. If we've offended you, please forgive us." Hearing Nye Li's pure Ulan Empire language, the girl's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. She solemnly asked, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Nye Li guessed that these experts of the Silver-Winged clan should have moved here during the Age of Darkness, because the Ulan Empire was already submerged in the endless demon beast tide during the Age of Darkness. "My ancestors are from the Silverlit family. Later on, during the long Age of Darkness, they constantly escaped and luckily survived. I unintentionally barged into this place." Nye Li quickly thought of an excuse. Silverlit family? The girl from the Silver-Winged family was slightly stunned for a moment, then revealed an excited expression. Back then, when the Ulan Empire was at its peak, the Silverlit family was one of the families in the alliance with the Silver-Winged family. Both parties had a very close relationship and had many marriages. It can be said that they're related by blood. The girl from the Silver-Winged family went silent for a moment, then said, "Ever since our ancestors came here, it's been thousands of years since we've had any contact with the outside world. We're unable to return to the original continent and can only live in this world of darkness forever. Welcome to this place. I'll immediately report this to my father. Follow me." Nyatli pondered for a moment, then nodded his head and said, "Okay." Nyatli followed behind the girl and walked inside. The girl looked at Nyali and asked, "My name is Hongyue. What's your name?" She looked at Nyali and asked, sizing him up, "My name is Leijua." Nyali replied. The girl slightly nodded. She has always been suspicious of Nya Li's identity, but now she's basically certain that the Silverlit family surname is Lei. In the long age of darkness, the Silverlit family's glory is long gone. At most, only 1 or 2 branches of the family manage to escape. After such a long time, there aren't many people who can remember that the Silverlit family surname is Lei. "Your Highness Hongyue, may I ask if you're from the Silver-Winged family?" Nya Li pretended to be cautious and probed. "Yes." Hongyue nodded her head. "Isn't the Silver-Winged family surnamed Sikong?" Nya Li asked. "That's right. My name is Sikong Hongyue." Hongyue said, nodding her head. Her suspicions towards Nya Li has lessened by a lot. It seems that Nya Li already knows that they're from the Silver-Winged family. Sikong Hongyue was wearing a silver armor. Her whole body was filled with capability and vigor. Her slender legs were filled with strength. Nya Li can feel that although she's a girl, her physical strength is definitely very strong. Fortunately, you've come to the territory of our Silver-Winged family. In this stretch of mountains, there are 13 families. These 13 families came from the Age of Darkness, from the various empires that were destroyed. 5 of them are enemies of our Silver-Winged family. If they knew that you're from the Silverlit family, you'd be dead." Sikong Hongyue said, jumping vigorously in the forest. "So that's the case." Nya Li said, nodding his head. He never thought that there would be so many survivors from the Age of Darkness here. However, if Nya Li had intruded into the territory of other races, he'd naturally have a different story. A moment later, a magnificent palace attracted Nya Li's attention. This palace was supported by dozens of huge trees. The palace's walls were dozens of meters tall, standing tall and towering, giving people a heavy pressure. Nya Li followed behind Sikong Hongyue and entered the palace. After passing through several corridors, they finally entered a spacious hall. Pa, pa, pa. Crisp sounds of whips were heard. After entering the hall, the first thing that Nya Li saw were 2 huge stone pillars. One of the stone pillars had a muscular youth tied to it. His upper body was naked. His body was covered with blood scars from the whips. There wasn't a single piece of skin on his body that was intact. This youth also had a pair of wings, however, it's a dark gold hue, different from the other members of the Silver-Winged family. 2 guards wearing leather armor were constantly waving their whips at this youth. Although the pain caused his face to distort, the youth clenched his teeth and did not let out a single groan of pain. His eyes were filled with unyieldingness. Nya Li looked at Sikong Hongyue and curiously asked, "Your Highness Hongyue, he is—" "Humph, a lowly bastard." Sikong Hongyue coldly snorted and said, "His mother is a member of my Silver-Winged family, but she secretly had a relationship with our enemy, the Black Dragon family, and gave birth to him. After he was discovered by us, his parents committed suicide while being chased by us. Only this bastard was left. What's funny is that before he died, he actually begged us to let him go. He simply doesn't know what he's talking about. We'll slowly torture him to death." Sikong Hongyue's voice was as cold as frost. In her view, this kind of scum of the family should be killed without mercy. Chapter 142. Nia Li glanced at the youth that was tied to the pillar. Although he's been tortured to the point that it's ridiculous, he can still vaguely feel that under his long hair, his unyielding gaze, his determined expression, and his pair of black eyes were filled with hatred. That pair of black wings of his are actually dragon wings that have evolved with some black dragon's bloodline. It's much stronger than the silver wings. It's just that his current cultivation is only 3-star gold rank. In Nia Li's view, there's no right or wrong when it comes to the hatred between families. However, the silver-winged family's actions of torturing this youth is too inhumane. Nia Li exchanged a glance with the youth, then retracted his gaze and followed behind Sikong Hongyue, walking towards the front of the main hall. In the main hall, a fat middle-aged man was sitting on a high throne with his eyes closed. His face was gloomy and filled with coldness. His luxurious robe made him look more noble. Beside him, 3 beautiful girls were massaging his legs and back. These 3 girls were wearing sexy silk clothes. Their curvaceous figures could be vaguely seen. With a glance, Nia Li saw the middle-aged man's sunken eyes. His eyes were a little dark. Feeling the aura coming from the other party, Nia Li's heart trembled. The other party should be a legend, rank expert. However, it seems that he doesn't have much time left and is using something to prolong his life. This person is the patriarch of the silver-winged family, Sikong Yi. Hearing the footsteps of Sikong Hongyue and Nia Li, he opened his eyes and looked at Nia Li and Sikong Hongyue. Hongyue, who is this person? Sikong Yi said in a solemn voice. His gaze was filled with faint, killing intent as it swept across Nia Li's body. Sikong Hongyue bowed and reported. Replying to father, his name is Lei Zhua, a descendant of the Silverlit family. He accidentally came here. Silverlit family? Sikong Yi stared blankly for a moment before laughing wildly. The Silverlit family has long been annihilated in the demon-beast tide. How could there be any descendants? Sikong Yi's eyes suddenly turned murderous and fell on Nia Li. Who the hell are you? Are they spies sent by other families? When Sikong Hongyue heard this, she frowned and looked at Nia Li coldly. Replying to Lord Patriarch, I am indeed a descendant of the Silverlit family. Although the Silverlit family no longer exists, there are still 1 or 2 branches that manage to survive. Nia Li was neither servile nor overbearing as he faced Sikong Yi's murderous aura. Nonsense. Sikong Yi coldly snorted. This person is definitely a spy from another family. Drag him out and behead him. A few gold-ranked guards by the side immediately waved their robes and pointed at Nia Li. As long as Sikong Yi gives the order, Nia Li's head would immediately be separated from his body. Nia Li can naturally see that this is Sikong Yi probing him. He proudly said, Lord Patriarch, if you don't listen to what I have to say and want to execute me, I won't accept it. Humph, this kid has some guts. If you don't say something, don't blame me for being impolite. Sikong Yi coldly snorted. Firstly, I'm not someone from here. I'm from the outside world. I believe this can prove a thing or two. Nia Li quickly merged with the shadow devil demon spirit, and his body rapidly changed. Seeing the changes in Nia Li's form, Sikong Yi's expression slightly changed. The shadow devil demon spirit that Nia Li merged with isn't a demon beast from this world. An ordinary demon beast's demon spirit can only be preserved for 600 years. The demon spirits that were stored in this world have already been used up or destroyed. Nia Li merged with a demon spirit that they've never seen before. It's highly possible that it was brought in from the outside world. Even if this demon spirit was brought in from the outside world, we can't be sure that you're not sent by another family. Sikong Yi still remained unmoved. His expression was gloomy, making others unable to see what he's thinking. Nia Li lightly smiled and said, Then it seems that I have no way of proving it. However, Lord Patriarch, the Silver-Winged family has a very big secret. When a member of the Silver-Winged family obtains the wings of a silver-winged thunderbird, as they grow older, their body's rejection will get stronger and stronger. Generally, a member of the silver-winged family won't live past 60 years old. Is that true? Hearing Nye Li's words, Sikong Yi's eyes suddenly blossomed with a cold light. He stared at Nye Li and asked, "Who exactly are you? Brat, do you understand what you're saying?" "I'm indeed a descendant of the Silverlit family. This matter is something that I've heard from my elders. I don't know if it's true or not. I know that if I say this, Lord Patriarch will not let me leave. However, if I say that I have a solution, I wonder what Lord Patriarch will think about it?" Nye Li usually looks at Sikong Yi with a calm expression. Thinking about it, Sikong Yi will definitely not ignore such a temptation. "Solution? Haha, what a joke!" Sikong Yi madly laughed. However, his voice was slightly trembling. It can be seen that he doesn't completely ignore death. The problem of our silver-winged family is something that no one can solve. Who says that no one can solve it? Ever since my Silverlit family found out that the silver-winged family has this problem, we've been looking for a solution. When we found the solution, we didn't have the time to tell the silver-winged family. When the Age of Darkness came, the demon beast tide erupted and the Silverlit family was annihilated. However, the solution has been passed down until now. We're only waiting for someone from the silver-winged family to fulfill our ancestors' wish. Nye Li said, "Although it's a fabrication, it sounded like it's true." With the knowledge from his previous life, Nye Li can easily find the opponent's weakness and break it. From Sikong Yi's reaction, Nye Li knows that victory is already in his grasp. "Since that's the case, why aren't you handing the solution to me?" Sikong Yi was still calmly sitting on his chair. His hawk-like eyes were staring at Nye Li. "Originally, I was respectful towards Lord Patriarch and wanted to hand the solution to the problem to you. However, Patriarch has treated me so well that I have no choice but to consider my own safety. I hope that Patriarch can forgive me," Nye Li said, cupping his hands. Sikong Honyue, who was sitting beside him, had her brows tightly knitted. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't pinpoint it. "Flowery words. Do you think that I'll believe you just because you said that?" Sikong Yi said, coldly laughing. "I know that Patriarch Sikong might not believe me, but I have a way to prove it. The problem of the silver-winged family requires 76 herbs to be mixed together. Only by taking it for 49 days will it take effect. The body's rejection is extremely painful, but I have a way to alleviate it. Patriarch Sikong, you can give it a try." Nye Li's right hand moved and took out a bunch of herbs from his interspatial ring. "This is Tianfeng grass. I believe that Patriarch Sikong knows about it. It doesn't have any poison and can alleviate Lord Patriarch's pain. Patriarch Sikong, take it and give it a try." After speaking, Nye Li threw the herb over. Sikong Yi grabbed the herb with his right hand and caught it. He lowered his head and looked at it. It's indeed Tianfeng grass. Although Tianfeng grass doesn't grow in this dimension, when the silver-winged family came to this dimension, they brought a lot of medical books with them. There are still records of Tianfeng grass in them. If what Nye Li took out was a herb that he doesn't know about, he definitely wouldn't try it. However, this is the Tianfeng grass that he's familiar with. It doesn't have any poison. Seeing Sikong Yi's hesitation, Nye Li continued to add fuel to the fire and said, "From Patriarch Sikong's expression, Patriarch Sikong's body is already nearing the end of its life. Even if you have the cultivation of legend rank, so what? After death, you'll only be a skeleton." Sikong Yi coldly snorted, waved his hand, and ordered the servants to brew the medicine, and said, "If you can't cure my illness, then don't blame me for being impolite." A moment later, the servants came up with a bowl of medicine. After he received it, he raised his head and drank it. Suddenly, Sikong Yi's face turned extremely ugly. "Father!" Sikong Hongyue cried out anxiously. Her body suddenly released an awe-inspiring killing intent, and the long sword in her hand was placed on Nye Li's neck. "If anything happens to my father, I'll bury you with him." After a brief moment, Sikong Yi breathed out a mouthful of turbid air. He felt that all the pores on his body had relaxed. The pain that he had been suffering from for a long time had also lessened by a lot. He never thought that this unremarkable Tianfang grass would have such an effect. Sikong Yi waved his hand and said to Sikong Hongyue, "Hongyue, step down!" Sikong Hongyue looked at Sikong Yi, kept her long sword, and retreated to the side. Sikong Yi coldly said, "Since you have the solution, why aren't you handing it over? I can spare your life." Hearing Sikong Yi's words, Nieli laughed and said, "Since Lord Clan Leader knows the benefits of the Tianfang grass, then you should believe it. A gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. Lord Clan Leader, do you think that I will just hand over the prescription? If Lord Clan Leader goes back on his words, wouldn't I be dead? What's more, many of the herbs in the prescription can only be gathered in the outside world. Young man, are you sure you want to go against me to the end?" Sikong Yi looked at Nieli coldly. "I have thousands of ways to torture you to make you tell me the prescription." "Ha ha ha." Nieli laughed. "Lord Clan Leader, you're old and muddled. At most, I'll just die. If you insist on forcing me if I change one of the herbs, do you think you can still live?" Nieli and Sikong Yi coldly stared at each other, their eyes revealing sharpness. After a brief moment, Sikong Yi suddenly laughed and said, "Nephew Leijua has guts. I was only testing Nephew earlier. Nephew is indeed a descendant of the Silverlit family. I feel gratified that the Silverlit family has a descendant." Hearing Sikong Yi's words, Nieli inwardly scolded him as an old fox. His face revealed a smile and said, "Uncle must be joking. The reason why my Silverlit family researched this prescription, isn't it to present it to the Silver-Winged family? In order to cure Uncle's illness, this junior is willing to risk his life. This is all of the Tianfang grass that I have. It can alleviate Uncle's illness for a few months." Nieli waved his right hand and threw the Tianfang grass. Sikong Yi received the Tianfang grass and kept it without anyone noticing. He nodded his head and said, "Nephew is considerate. From now on, the territory of the Silver-Winged family will be Nephew's home. Nephew can go wherever you want. No one will care about you. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask." Chapter 143. "Thank you, Uncle." Nieli nodded his head, but the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. This old fox must feel that he's profited after obtaining so much Tianfang grass. Although the Tianfang grass isn't poisonous, after using it, it will form a dependence. In other words, once the Tianfang grass is used up, Sikong Yi will disregard everything to search for more Tianfang grass. Nieli indeed has a method to treat Sikong Yi. However, Nieli understands that a tyrannical person like Sikong Yi would still be afraid of Nieli before he recovers. But once he recovers, Nieli would lose the means to control him. "Servants, prepare a banquet. I want to prepare a banquet to welcome Nephew Leijua." Sikong Yi shouted. Nieli's heart slightly moved. Ninger, Lu Piao, and the rest are still outside. How should I contact them? If Ninger and the rest see that he hasn't returned and come up the mountain, they might meet with misfortune. Although he knows that it's not good to have too many people here, Nieli still decided to bring them over. At most, he'll find a way to deal with Sikong Yi in the future. "Lord Patriarch, I still have to make a trip down the mountain. My friends are still waiting for me there." Nieli said to Sikong Yi, "Oh, friends?" Sikong Yi's brows twitched. With a thought, he smiled. "Nephew's friends are also our friends. I'll immediately send someone to receive them. I'll go personally. If my friends were to clash with Uncle's men, it would be troublesome." Nieli said. "Sure, then let Hongyue accompany you." Sikong Yi said. With Sikong Hongyue's strength, she can completely suppress the 5-star silver rank Nieli. Accompanied by Sikong Hongyue, Nieli went down the mountain and met up with Xiao Ninger and the others. "Nieli, you're finally back. You haven't come back for so long, we were worried to death. We were ready to go up the mountain to look for you. Lu Piao said with a sigh of relief. Nie Li and Xiao Ning looked at each other. Nie Li said, "After I went up the mountain, I didn't expect to meet an uncle. Before the Age of Darkness, the Silver-Winged family and our Silverlit family were friends." When did Nie Li become a member of the Silverlit family? Daozit and the others glanced at the girl behind Nie Li and immediately understood something. Xiao Ninger and the others quickly understood. After all, they were a group of smart people. How could they not know that Nie Li was reminding them? The one that everyone was most worried about was Lu Piao. Sikong Hongyue's faint eyes were observing the reactions of Daozit and the others. Her gaze fell onto Lu Piao's body. Lu Piao's reaction was a little strange. Lu Piao was obviously stunned for a moment. She stared at Sikong Hongyue. Xiao Shui used her arm to nudge Lu Piao. Lu Piao suddenly woke up. Her eyes lit up and said, "Nie Li, who's this girl? That figure, she's hot." So it turns out that he was just looking at me lecherously. Sikong Hongyue furrowed her brows. "Lu Piao, you better restrain yourself. This is my big sister," Nie Li hurriedly said. He felt slightly relieved in his heart. "Lu Piao, this brat is still meticulous." I'm sorry, I forgot myself. Sister, what's your name?" Lu Piao lecherously looked at Sikong Hongyue and said with a thick face, "Letting him act as a lecherous ghost is also his own performance. No one could see any flaws." Sikong Hongyue said with a cold expression, "If it wasn't for the Silver-Winged family needing Nie Li's help, she wouldn't even bother to look at him." "Lu Piao, you dare to flirt in front of me? You're courting death." Xiao Shui gave Lu Piao a knock on her head. Lu Piao instantly wailed, held her head and squatted down. Sikong Hongyue completely ignored their actions. She turned her head and walked away, saying, "Let's go." Everyone followed behind Sikong Hongyue. Nie Li purposely slowed down and communicated with everyone with his eyes. If they were to whisper, they wouldn't be able to hide it from a 5-star gold rank expert like Sikong Hongyue. Silver-Winged family. On top of the huge tree's palace, there were hundreds of people sitting in the hall. The banquet was filled with people drinking wine. "Nephew, come, I'll give you another toast." Sikong raised his wine cup and loudly said, "This is nephew Leijua of the Silverlit family. In the future, he will be a VIP in my Silver-Winged family's territory. No matter where he goes, no one is to stop him. If he has any requests, do your best to satisfy them." Hearing Sikong Yi's words, the people of the Silver-Winged family looked at each other. They were sizing up Nie Li. They have no idea who Nie Li is to be able to receive such attention from the patriarch. Sikong Yi's gaze swept across Daozit and the rest. Daozit and the rest couldn't help feeling a trace of pressure. After arriving here, they have already found out everything from Nie Li. In their hearts, they have a deep fear for Sikong Yi. Furthermore, Sikong Yi is a legend rank expert. Everyone here is a good friend of nephew Leijua. Naturally, you are also a VIP of my Silver-Winged family. Treat this place as your own home. No need to be so courteous." Sikong Yi said, laughing. "Thank you, Patriarch." Daozit and the rest immediately raised their cups. The only one that can remain calm under Sikong Yi's gaze is probably Nie Li. Even Xiao Ninger has a slightly nervous appearance. Nie Li secretly pinched Xiao Ninger's palm, hinting for her to relax a little. Suddenly, another burst of whipping sounds resounded. Everyone's gaze was attracted by the youth tied to the pillar in the corner of the hall. That youth has been tortured until now, and the rest of the people in the hall seemed to be used to it. They laughed in a low voice and didn't care about it at all. "Who is he?" Xiao Ninger couldn't bear it and asked Nie Li in a low voice. "He's from the Silver-Winged family." Nie Li told Xiao Ninger about the youth's background in a low voice. "His parents are dead? He's being tortured and whipped? How pitiful." Xiao Ninger lowered her head and said in a low voice, Nya Li looked into the distance. The youth's eyes were filled with unyielding and hatred. The black wings on his back were bound by iron chains. This youth's talent should be pretty good. However, if Nya Li wants to save him, he'll have to take a huge risk. After all, that youth is a thorn in Sikong Yi's side. Suddenly, a thought flashed across Nya Li's mind. Got it. After a few cups of wine, Nya Li said to the slightly tipsy Sikong Yi, "Uncle, I have a request. I wonder if Uncle can agree to it." "What's the matter?" "Nephew, feel free to speak." Sikong Yi laughed. "I want that person," Nya Li said, pointing at the youth that was tied up. A ray of light shot out from Sikong Yi's eyes as he stared at Nya Li. "What do you want that person for?" "That youth is a traitor of the silver-winged family." Nya Li and Sikong Yi looked at each other without any fear. He lightly smiled and said, "I know that this person is a thorn in Uncle's side, a traitor of the silver-winged family. Uncle wants to get rid of him as soon as possible, but Uncle has been tying him up here and constantly whipping him. This is to warn the other members of the family. However, I've thought of a better use." "What use?" Sikong Yi calmly drank a cup of wine. "To test the medicine," Nya Li said. "Although I have a certain amount of confidence in curing Uncle's illness, I don't have enough ingredients. Many of the ingredients can only be found outside. If I make 1 or 2 wrong ingredients and fail to cure Uncle's illness, I'm afraid that I won't be able to bear the responsibility. Therefore, I need someone to test the medicine and let him make a final contribution to the silver-winged family." Sikong Yi stared at Nya Li, as if he was trying to see through Nya Li. Nya Li calmly drank a cup of wine, looking as if he didn't care about it. "Sure, then let him test the medicine for nephew," Sikong Yi lightly said. In the territory of the silver-winged family, he doesn't believe that Nya Li can run anywhere. "There's one more thing." Nya Li lightly smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I have some selfish motives. I discovered that Uncle's territory is rich in blood crystals. Can you give me some?" "It's just blood crystals. I have a lot of them here." "Nephew can take them." Sikong Yi's right hand knocked on the table. "If nephew is unable to concoct the medicine in 1 or 2 months, it's impossible to concoct the antidote in 1 or 2 months. But I can concoct some medicine that can alleviate Uncle's illness." Nya Li immediately said, "It can allow Uncle's cultivation to recover and ease the pain." Hearing Nya Li's words, Sikong Yi was a little angry in his heart. However, he could only agree. It's not realistic to expect Nya Li to hand over the antidote. If it can alleviate the pain, then it's still acceptable. After all, Sikong Yi's cultivation is the silver-winged family's biggest reliance. Recently, Sikong Yi's illness has worsened, causing several hostile families to make their moves. "All right, then I'll have to trouble nephew," Sikong Yi said, nodding his head. The corner of Nya Li's mouth slightly smiled. It's impossible for Sikong Yi to make him hand over the antidote. Sikong Yi probably won't let him leave safely. However, now that he has the means to keep Sikong Yi in check, he doesn't have to worry. Nya Li continued to say, "Uncle, if we want to concoct the antidote, I'm afraid that we'll have to leave this dimension and head to the outside world." "The outside world?" At this moment, even Sikong Yi had a trace of hesitation in his heart. Nya Li said, "We don't necessarily have to move the entire family. We only need to send a few people to gather herbs. But we don't know how to leave this dimension. Ever since our ancestors came here, they have never left," said Sikong Yi. "In the wilderness far away, there's a teleportation array. However, to activate it, we need 23 stones of light. As long as we can find the stones of light, we'll be able to leave," said Nya Li. He handed the matter of finding the stones of light to Sikong Yi. For the sake of curing the illness, Sikong Yi probably won't back down. Hearing Nya Li's words, Sikong Yi pondered a while. Even if the teleportation array is activated, they can destroy it at any time. Sikong Yi nodded his head and said, "All right, leave this matter to me." Chapter 144. Nia, Li, and Bunch were placed in a yard. Outside the yard there are many guards. Although they say that it's to protect Nia, Li, and Bunch's safety, it's actually to monitor them. Nia, Li, now that we're in here, I'm afraid that it'll be hard for us to get out. Daozit looked at Nia, Li with worry in his eyes. Since I can come in, I also have a way to get out. Nia, Li lightly smiled. It'd be weird if such a small territory of the silver-winged family could trap him. Nia, Li has at least a dozen ways to escape without anyone noticing. However, the silver-winged family still has a certain value. Sikong Yi is also helping them search for the stones of light. Before he squeezes out all the value of the silver-winged family, Nia, Li isn't willing to leave. Xiao, Ninger, and Bunch are very confident in Nia, Li. After hearing Nia, Li's words, they felt relieved. Nia, Li, and Bunch are concentrating on their training in the yard. Xiao, Ninger, and Bunch have already started to break through to gold rank. After experiencing the danger earlier, they urgently want to increase their strength. Go in. Several guards escorted the young man into the yard. Young Master Lei, we've sent this traitor over. The leader of the guards said. The young man's upper body was naked, his entire body was tied up in chains. His cultivation was also suppressed by the seal on his stomach. You've worked hard. These are some high-grade elixirs. Don't stand on ceremony. Nia, Li's right hand moved and passed a few elixirs to the leader of the guards. The leader of the guards took the elixirs and smelled them. Instantly, he revealed an ecstatic expression and respectfully said, Young Master Lei is too polite. Please be careful. This traitor has the strength of a 3-star gold rank. Nia, Li laughed and said, You guys tied him up so tightly and even used a seal to suppress his strength. Don't worry. Then we'll go back first. The guards respectfully retreated. Although the young man's entire body was tied up, he still had a proud and unyielding expression on his face. He only glanced at Nia, Li before turning his head away and remaining silent. Before he came, he had already heard that Nia, Li was going to use him to test the medicine. Nia, Li looked into the eyes of this youth. His eyes were filled with hatred. If he had the slightest chance, he wouldn't hesitate to destroy the entire silver-winged family. What's your name? Nia, Li asked the young man. The young man looked at Nia, Li with some doubt and said proudly, Duan Jian. Nia, Li sat on the chair and said after a long silence, If I gave you a chance to take revenge, what would you do? Duan Jian blankly looked at Nia, Li. He couldn't understand why Nia, Li would suddenly say such words. I'm not a member of the silver-winged family, nor do I have any good impression of the silver-winged family. Nia, Li shrugged. A cold light flashed through Duan Jian's dim eyes, and then he said, If I'm given such a chance, I'm willing to swear on my dead parents that I'll be loyal to you for my entire life and I'll never betray you. You're the one who said it. Nia, Li's brows twitched. He could feel that the pair of black wings on Duan Jian's back contained endless power. In the future, follow me. I promise you that I'll take revenge for your parents. Duan Jian knelt down. His eyes were filled with unyielding hatred, like a volcano that was about to erupt. He took a deep breath and said, As long as you give me 10 years, I'll definitely take the head of that old bastard, Sikong Yi. If you can help me, I, Duan Jian, swear that I'll serve you as my master and be loyal to you for my entire life and never betray you. If I go against this oath, I'm willing to suffer the wrath of the heavens. On Duan Jian's body he carried a blood feud. There were countless times when he thought of death, but he endured it. He was like an injured beast, waiting for the silver-winged family's counterattack at any time. Nia, Li looked at Duan Jian, passed an elixir to Duan Jian, and said, Eat this. Duan Jian did not hesitate and swallowed the elixir. You're not afraid that I'll use this elixir to poison you to death? Nia, Li calmly looked at Duan Jian. Duan Jian proudly raised his head and said, If you want me to die, I definitely won't be able to live. From today onwards, this life of mine, Duan Jian, is yours. If you want it, take it. Even if he's a prisoner, Duan Jian still has his pride. If it wasn't for Nya Li saying that he'll give him a chance to take revenge, he definitely wouldn't submit to anyone. Nya Li still remembers the fearless and arrogant expression in his eyes when he was being whipped. Such a person, if he's sincere, would definitely not betray him. Nya Li lowered his head, looked at Duan Jian and said, I have a method that can let you become a super expert, or even an existence that surpasses legend rank. However, you'll have to suffer a lot of torture and pain. Are you willing to do it? Haven't I, Duan Jian, suffered enough torture and pain in my life? That old fox Sikong-yi wants me to submit, but that's absolutely impossible. Pain and torture will only make me stronger. Even though Duan Jian was bound by chains and his cultivation base was sealed, his body still exuded an indomitable aura. Nya Li moved his right hand, and a few thin needles appeared in his hand. He said, Your body contains the Black Dragon's bloodline. I can stimulate the Black Dragon's bloodline in your body. As a descendant of the Dragon Clan, once the bloodline is stimulated, you will at least reach the legend rank. You're saying that you can make me a legend rank powerhouse? Duan Jian's body trembled, and he looked at Nya Li with a little disbelief. That's right. The power of the dragon's bloodline isn't that simple. Even the weakest member of the Dragon Clan can match a legend rank powerhouse. However, you'll have to endure 10 days of inhuman torture. After enduring this inhuman torture, your physical strength will reach the legend rank. However, it will still be far from a true legend rank. Before your strength reaches a sufficient level, you'll have to endure it, said Nya Li. Don't say 10 days. I can even endure 10 years. Duan Jian said resolutely, Don't make your decision too early. Nya Li looked at Duan Jian and said, In the end, he still decided to help Duan Jian. Duan Jian was a person who valued friendship and righteousness, while Sikong, he wasn't a good person. Duan Jian knelt in front of Nya Li, raised his head and puffed out his chest. Come on, take these elixirs first. These elixirs will help you recover your strength. Once you've recovered, we'll start, said Nya Li as he handed some elixirs to Duan Jian. Duan Jian opened his mouth and swallowed them. Then he closed his eyes and began to refine them. Soon, he felt a lot more energetic. Nya Li began to perform acupuncture on Duan Jian. Soon, fine needles were inserted into Duan Jian's body. More than 30 acupuncture points on his body were all inserted with fine needles. Although it was painful at first, Duan Jian only frowned. However, when Nya Li inserted the 36th needle, Duan Jian's entire face was distorted. Ah! Duan Jian let out a miserable scream that was filled with endless pain. At this moment, his entire body looked like it was on fire, emitting surging heat waves. The dragon blood in his body had started to be stimulated. That pained voice spread out from the courtyard. The guards outside the courtyard couldn't help looking at each other in dismay. Duan Jian's painful voice caused them to feel a chill down their spines. They all knew about Duan Jian. Although he was a traitor and was spurned by the entire family, when did they ever hear Duan Jian groan when he was being whipped day and night? In fact, they admired Duan Jian in their hearts. Who could be fearless under such torture and not lower their head? But now, Duan Jian only went in for a few minutes and already let out such a miserable scream. One could imagine what kind of pain Duan Jian was experiencing. I never expected that young Master Leijua, who's cultured and refined, would be so terrifying when he tortures others. The guards felt their scalps going numb. Their hearts were slightly trembling. They didn't even dare to think about the process of testing medicine. Silver-winged family's patriarch's courtyard. Lord Patriarch, that young Master Leijua has started to test the medicine. I heard that Duan Jian was tortured miserably. We've been whipping that kid for so long and he didn't even groan. But when he entered young Master Lei's courtyard, His miserable scream could be heard from miles away. Sikong Yi's brows slightly twitched. He never thought that Leizhu would have such a method. If this method was used to extort a confession, it would definitely be very effective. Sikong Hongyue looked at Sikong Yi and said, "Father, I've thought about it when I returned. I feel that Leizhu's identity is a little suspicious." Sikong Yi shook his head and said, "This is no longer important. It doesn't matter if he's from the Silverlit family or not. Since he can cure our silver-winged family's illness, we have to keep him alive. At the very least, we have to get the complete prescription from his mouth before we kill him." Sikong Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. Sikong Hongyue nodded her head. Inside the courtyard, "Nieli, what did you do to him? You couldn't have really used him to test the medicine, right?" Daozit said with a little pity as he looked at Duan Jian, who was rolling on the ground and struggling under the chains. Xiao Ninger didn't believe that Nieli would really use such inhuman methods to deal with Duan Jian. "I've given him an opportunity. As for how far he can go, that will depend on his own luck," Nieli said. "Let's not blame him and continue to train." Give him an opportunity? Daozit, Xiao Ninger, and Bunch understood a little. Although they sympathized with Duan Jian, they didn't say anything. Everyone returned to their own rooms and began to concentrate on training. Very quickly, Sikong Yi sent people over to deliver a large amount of blood crystals. After Nieli refined the blood crystals, he distributed them to everyone. Everyone began to frantically absorb the soul force contained within the blood crystals, concentrating on training. The soul force contained within the blood crystals constantly rose and was absorbed into their soul realm. Time quickly passed. On the third day, Xiao Ninger, who trained in the lightning dragon technique, was the first to step into gold rank. In the following days, the rest also began to advance. The effect of the blood crystals is quite obvious. Chapter 145. In Nieli's view, bronze and silver rank are easy to break through. Although the difficulty of breaking through to gold rank is slightly higher, it's not an insurmountable threshold. With the cultivation technique practiced by Ning, and the rest, breaking through to gold rank is a piece of cake. As long as they accumulate enough soul force, they can easily break through. As for Nieli himself, because he practices the heavenly god cultivation technique, the difficulty of breaking through is several times higher than others. However, although it's several times harder, it's still not that difficult. Constantly absorbing the blood crystal's soul force and refining it into his own, his soul realm continued to expand, and his soul force felt like it was full. However, Nieli did not immediately attempt to break through to gold rank. Instead, he continued to compress the soul force in his soul realm into a small area and continued to absorb the soul force from the blood crystals. 1 fold of soul force, 2 folds of soul force, 3 folds of soul force. After consuming more than 10 blood crystals, his soul realm was able to contain 7 folds of soul force. Finally, Nieli's soul realm reached its limit. Done. Nieli suddenly opened his eyes. The soul force in his soul realm violently surged and madly surged towards every part of Nieli's body. Boom, boom, boom. Like a surging tide, it's out of control. The aura on Nieli's body suddenly increased by several folds, reaching 1-star gold rank. Although it's only 1-star gold rank, with Nieli's experience from his previous life, an ordinary gold rank expert might not be Nieli's opponent. Nieli felt the soul force in his body. In the depths of his soul realm, the sprout slowly grew and turned into a long vine. It split into 2 branches, one connected to the Fanged Panda and the other to the Shadow Devil. The Fanged Panda and the Shadow Devil slowly curled up, like 2 fruits on the vine, constantly absorbing nutrients from the vine. Nieli can feel that the Fanged Panda and the Shadow Devil are undergoing some sort of bizarre transformation. This bizarre change caused even Nieli to click his tongue in wonder. This was the first time he discovered that the soul force in his soul realm could take on such a substantial form. Looks like my understanding of soul force is still not good enough. Nia Li quickly concealed the aura on his body. Although he has reached 1-star gold rank, the aura on his body is still silver rank. With Nia Li's ability to conceal his strength, even Sikong might not be able to sense Nia Li's true strength. By the time Nia Li had finished adjusting his breathing, 10 days had already passed. Duan Jian's screams had finally subsided. In the end, there was no more sound. Nia Li and the others appeared one after another, looking at Duan Jian, who was lying quietly on the ground. Daozit and the rest could feel that Duan Jian's aura was getting weaker and weaker, gradually disappearing. Xiao Ning, Lu Piao and the rest were a little flustered. Duan Jian wouldn't have died just like that, right? Only Nia Li was quietly looking at Duan Jian, who was lying quietly on the ground. If Duan Jian can pull through, then he'll have the chance to become a peerless expert. If he can't, then after a long time, Duan Jian's aura was getting weaker and weaker, almost disappearing. However, suddenly, thump thump, thump thump muffled sounds came from Duan Jian's body. This muffled sound was his heartbeat. That strong and powerful voice seemed to be able to collapse the walls next to them. Immediately after, a majestic aura spread out with Duan Jian's body as the center. This aura made Xiao Ning, and the rest feel a trace of pressure. What a strong power! Nia Li could feel the majestic power flowing in Duan Jian's body, and the wings on his back became stronger. With a bang, the black gold chains binding Duan Jian's body shattered. Roar! Duan Jian let out a furious roar like a dragon's roar. What kind of terrifying monster is this? Lu Piao looked at Duan Jian in fear. She didn't expect that Duan Jian, who was about to die, would suddenly become so strong. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of aura were released from Duan Jian's body. His body slowly floated up, shrouded in a faint black light. His expression was arrogant, as if he was looking down on the common people. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing Nia Li and the others, he slowly floated down. The power of the Black Dragon's blood was indeed strong, causing Duan Jian's physical strength to reach a very shocking level. Experts below the legend rank could not even cause any damage to his physical body. Duan Jian's figure was slightly taller than Nia Li and the others. His expression was firm, and his eyebrows were sharp like swords. Although his hair was a little messy, it could not conceal his outstanding temperament. Duan Jian's originally chaotic eyes gradually became clear and spirited. At this moment, he seemed to have just understood the changes in his body. A trace of shock flashed in his eyes as he stared at Nia Li in front of him. Daozit and Lu Piao frowned slightly. Duan Jian's strength was far stronger than theirs, which made them feel a little threatened. Therefore, they subconsciously walked to Nia Li's side, ready to deal with Duan Jian's attack at any time. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Duan Jian, who was standing in front of Nia Li, suddenly knelt on one knee and solemnly said, "I thank Master for giving Duan Jian a new life. From today onwards, Duan Jian's life is Master's. If Master wants me to live, I'll live. If Master wants me to die, I'll die." Duan Jian's voice was resolute, without the slightest hesitation. In fact, with Duan Jian's current strength, he could go back on his words. It wouldn't be difficult for him to escape from the silver-winged family. However, Duan Jian did not choose to escape. Instead, he chose to lower his prideful head. When his parents died, Duan Jian had been living in pain. He was tortured by the silver-winged family. It was Nia Li that made him an expert, saved him from the sea of bitterness, and at the same time, gave him a trace of hope to take revenge for his parents. Nia Li's kindness to him was the same as giving him a new life. I really didn't misjudge him, thought Nia Li in his heart. Duan Jian is indeed a sentimental person. From this moment onwards, Nia Li knows that Duan Jian has truly given his heart. The strength of your physical body isn't inferior to a legend rank expert. However, you're still not a match for a real legend rank expert. Therefore, you can't reveal your strength. Nieli looked at Duan Jian and said, "Tie the black gold chains back." "Yes, master." Duan Jian nodded his head. His eyes flashed with the flames of hatred. In his lifetime, he must personally take the head of that old bastard Sikong Yi. However, he also understands that he still has to endure. He has already endured for a long time. This isn't the time. Li looked at Duan Jian's abdomen. The seal on Duan Jian's abdomen has completely shattered. Li gathered a trace of soul force in his hands and pointed at Duan Jian's abdomen, leaving a mark on Duan Jian's abdomen. He then tied a new set of black gold chains on him. Although he was tied up tightly, Duan Jian could easily break free from the chains if he were to encounter any situation. There's no doubt about Duan Jian's loyalty. With a fierce general like Duan Jian under him, Nieli is also very happy. Aside from the strength of his physical body, Duan Jian's strength should be close to a black gold rank expert under the stimulation of the dragon's blood. While Nieli, Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest were chatting, Duan Jian quietly sat by the side, quietly training. "Nieli, after refining so many blood crystals, we've already reached gold rank." Daozit said to Nieli, "The process of breaking through was much easier than they imagined. Yeah, you guys continue to train and consolidate your cultivation. I'll go out for a walk and observe the silver-winged family. Once we get the stones of light, we'll leave this place," said Nieli. "Now that everything is ready, they're only waiting for Sikong Yi's stones of light." "Okay." Daozit nodded his head. "Nieli, do you want me to go with you?" Xiaoning looked at Nieli and asked. Nieli shook his head and said, "No need, you stay here. It'll be inconvenient if there are too many people." "Okay." Xiaoning nodded her head. Although she's a little worried, she still chose to listen to Nieli. Duan Jian sent Nieli off with his eyes. He understands Li's position in the silver-winged family. As long as he's in the silver-winged family's territory, Li doesn't have to worry about encountering any danger. All of the silver-winged family's buildings are hidden in the huge trees. Furthermore, they're rearing many thunderbirds. The security is very tight. Occasionally, there would be some flying demon beasts attacking the territory, but they were all chased away by the dense crossbow bolts. It can be seen that the silver-winged family isn't living comfortably in this dimension. They're living under the threat of demon beasts every day. When Nieli was walking in the silver-winged family's territory, several gold rank guards of the silver-winged family were monitoring him from afar. Although Nieli was a little unhappy, he could only endure it. After all, this is their territory. Gradually, Nieli arrived at the blood crystals mining area. Everywhere there were slaves in chains. They wore tattered clothes and were arduously collecting the blood crystals. If there's a slight delay in their movements, the guards would immediately swing their whips and ruthlessly whip them. With a paw sound, their skin would be split open. On a rock, Sikong Hongyue, who was wearing tight leather armor and had a voluptuous figure, stood there with a whip in her hand. Her eyes were filled with indifference. She's already used to the scene in front of her. Not far away, there was a tall youth wearing golden armor. He would occasionally look at Sikong Hongyue. Just at this moment, an old man fell in front of the tall young man due to exhaustion. The tall young man's expression immediately turned gloomy. "Trash! You can't even do such a simple thing." The tall youth waved his whip and ruthlessly lashed it towards the old man. With a paw sound, a bloody mark appeared on the old man's body. The old man painfully groaned and tried his best to get up. However, when he was halfway up, due to his weakness, he staggered and fell on the ground again. "Useless old thing." The young man lashed out with his whip again. Chapter 146. Stop hitting my grandfather. A 15 to 16-year-old youth wearing tattered clothes pounced on the old man. "Little bastard, you're courting death." The youth coldly snorted as he swung his whip down. with a paw sound. The youth's back was drenched in blood. Although he had been whipped, the young man was unusually determined and only let out a muffled groan. "Child, don't bother about me." The old man's voice was hoarse. His turbid eyes were filled with tears as he tried to push the youth away. "No." The youth firmly shook his head. "Your bones are pretty tough." A trace of malevolence flashed across the youth's eyes as he sneered and swung his whip again. Sikong Hongiwe only glanced at the youth and ignored him. Nieli frowned. These people from the silver-winged family are really inhumane. They even beat an old man and a 15 to 16-year-old child. Seeing that the young man's whip was about to strike again, Nieli suddenly dashed forward and grabbed the young man's whip with a paw sound. The youth pulled the whip, but it didn't budge. He coldly glanced at Nieli and said, "Who are you? Let go." Li's attire is still pretty good. Before he can confirm Li's identity, he doesn't dare to act rashly. "I'm Lejua, a guest of the silver-winged family. They're just an old man and a child. Why are you so angry?" Li glanced at the grandfather and grandson duo on the ground and slightly frowned. "Lejua." He suddenly had an impression of him. The youth glanced at Sikong Hongyue and saw Sikong Hongyue walking over. Both parties exchanged glances. Sikong Sho coldly snorted and said, "Young Master Lei, I'm Sikong Sho from the silver-winged family's branch family. I hope that young Master Lei won't interfere in this matter." Sikong Hongyue solemnly said, "Sikong Sho, don't be rude. Young Master Lei is an important guest of our silver-winged family." "Yes." Sikong Sho slightly bowed and retreated to the side. "Greetings, Miss Hongyue." Li greeted her. In his heart, he did not have any good impression of this young girl, only disgust. Sikong Hongyue glanced at Li and said, "Mr. Lei, this blood crystal mine is an important area of my silver-winged family. If you delay the harvest here, I'm afraid it won't be good for you. These people are just some lowly slaves. Why does Mr. Lei have to stand up for them?" When Sikong Hongyue spoke, there was not a trace of emotion. "This woman is simply inhumane, but I didn't see it before. Miss Hongyue, may I take this young man away?" Li looked at Sikong Hongyue and asked. Sikong Hongyue frowned and shook her head. "Everyone in this mine is marked as a slave. As long as they run a kilometer away from the mine, their bodies will explode and they will die. These people are from opposing families. How can my silver-winged family not be on guard? Blood mark?" Li's heart trembled. He never thought that the silver-winged family's methods would be so vicious. Once the blood mark is marked, unless one's cultivation breaks through to gold rank, they will never be able to remove it. Every night they will be tortured. Once they are a kilometer away from the caster, they will definitely die. Looking at the grandfather and grandson lying on the ground, Li sighed in his heart. "Child, I'm afraid I can't save you." Sikong Hongyue's lips slightly curled. She seemed to be disdainful towards Li's compassion. Li walked towards the grandfather and grandson and squatted down in front of them. The young man raised his head. Although his clothes were tattered and his face was covered in dirt, he still had a pretty face. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. "What's your name?" Li looked at him and asked. Seeing Li's luxurious clothes, he snorted and turned his head away. Although Li stopped the youth that whipped them, in the young man's eyes, Li is also in cahoots with the silver-winged family. Looking at the stubborn face of the young man, Li condensed a trace of soul force in his right hand and quickly pointed it at the center of the young man's brows. He sighed in his heart. "I have no way to save you. Everything depends on you. I hope that these sufferings will be able to make you successful." After injecting his soul force into the young man's forehead, Li stood up. Although Sikong Hongyue and the rest saw Li's actions, they didn't understand what Li was doing. In that instant, Li injected a cultivation technique with a trace of soul force into the young man's forehead. As for the future of the young man, it's no longer something that Li can control. Nia Li stood up, looked at Sikong Shou, and said, "Earlier on I have offended you. I hope that brother can forgive me. These are a few elixirs for brother. I hope that brother will not make things difficult for this grandfather and grandson pair in the future." Sikong Shou never thought that Nia Li would take the initiative to apologize. He took the elixirs from Nia Li and smelled them. His eyes lit up and said, "What is young Master Lei saying? Since young Master Lei has already said so, then I won't make things difficult for them. Then I'll take my leave first." Nia Li slightly cupped his hands. There are too many injustices in this world, and Nia Li can't handle them all by himself. He could only sigh and turn around to leave. After a while, the young man finally understood what Nia Li gave him. When he saw Nia Li apologizing to Sikong Shou and giving him elixirs, he finally understood. However, when he raised his head, he only saw Nia Li's back as he left. He carefully recalled how Nia Li looked like when he looked at him and deeply imprinted Nia Li's face in his mind. It wasn't until they were far away that Nia Li punched the trunk of a nearby tree. His heart was filled with an indescribable resentment. Although he really wants to do something, the current him doesn't have the ability to do so. I'm afraid that there's no need for the silver-winged family to continue existing. Nia Li's eyes flashed with killing intent. Nia Li walked in front of a tree and took out a bottle of demon blood from his interspatial ring. He quickly drew a complicated inscription pattern. After the inscription pattern was formed, it quickly disappeared into the tree trunk. Even if some powerful experts were to come, they wouldn't be able to find out that Nia Li has done something to the tree trunk. Wandering around the silver-winged family's territory, Nia Li would quickly leave inscription patterns on the tree trunk whenever there's no one around. For more than 10 days, the tree trunks in the silver-winged family's territory were filled with inscription patterns left behind by Nia Li. On this day, in the courtyard's garden, "Nia Li, I've cultivated the lightning-winged dragon technique to this point. How should I interpret the phrase dragon's roar?" Xiaoning asked with a serious expression. She's sitting cross-legged on a rock with several blood crystals floating around her. She's constantly absorbing soul force from them. She's wearing tight training clothes, looking very lovely. Dragon's roar's roar refers to the 6 acupoints of the human body. These 6 acupoints are hidden under the normal acupoints of the human body, making them extremely hard to detect. Nia Li explained in detail. Where are the 6 hidden acupoints? Xiaoning, Er's face was filled with doubt. Why has she never heard of these 6 acupoints before? Even if I tell you the 6 acupoints, I'm afraid that it'll be extremely hard to find them. Let me help you point them out. Nia Li walked in front of Xiaoning, condensed a trace of soul force and pointed it at Xiaoning, Er's forehead. That trace of soul force entered Xiaoning, Er's body. Ling Ting is hidden about an inch below the Xinting acupoint of the human body. Nia Li slowly explained. Xiaoning raised her head to look at Nia Li. She felt the trace of soul force move through her body, and she suddenly became a bit absent-minded. Just like that, she listened to Nia Li slowly explain. It's really good. Xiaoning, Er's face was already flushed red, making her even more alluring. Xinfu is an inch beside the Xinfu acupoint. Nia Li's gaze fell on Xiaoning Er's chest, and he immediately became a bit embarrassed. Where is that? Xiaoning, Er's face was red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. It's just a little bit below where I used the Daoyin technique on you before. Nia Li scratched his head and said, Xiaoning, didn't say anything, and the atmosphere between the two of them became a bit charming. The two of them couldn't help but recall the scene from before. At this moment, Lu Piao hurriedly ran in. Nia Li, seeing the scene, Lu Piao stared blankly for a moment before quickly saying, If there's nothing else, I'll go out first. You guys continue. Nia Li hurriedly called out, Lu Piao, what happened? He inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Sikong Yi sent someone over to pass on a message that the stones of light had been found. Lu Piao laughed mischievously, although she didn't know what Nieli and Xiaoning were doing just now. Seeing Xiaoning's shy appearance, she guessed that Nieli was being a hoodlum to Xiaoning. Amazing. Lu Piao secretly gave him a thumbs up. Lu Piao must have misunderstood. Nieli pretended that he didn't see anything and said, "You guys stay here first. I'll go take a look." With the stones of light, they can leave this place any time. In the palace Sikong, Yi's hearty laughter rang out. "Nephew, I've already found the stones of light for you. Furthermore, there are over 60 of them. Help me? You should be helping yourself, right?" Nieli inwardly thought in his heart. He smiled and said, "Uncle has worked hard. With these stones of light, we can go to the outside world. As long as we find the rest of the herbs, we'll be able to make the antidote for Uncle." Sikong rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you tell me what herbs you need to find? I'll send someone to find them. After you treat my injuries, I'll send you off. How about it? Or else, it's not bad for nephew to stay in my silver-winged family. Although my Hanyu is older than you by 3 years, her appearance is outstanding. She's gentle and dignified. Her talent is also pretty good. If Hanyu is married to you, it can be considered as resolving one of this old man's worries. Outstanding appearance, not bad. Gentle and dignified?" Nieli coldly laughed in his heart. Even if such a woman was given to him, he wouldn't want her. He knows that Sikong this old fox, won't let him leave so easily. Sikong definitely knows that once he leaves this dimension, he can forget about keeping Nieli in check. Chapter 147. The previous chapter was updated incorrectly and has been corrected. Everyone read according to the order. Sikong Ju and the rest frowned for a moment. They still didn't understand what Nieli's words meant. Only a series of banging sounds could be heard. Roar! The muscles on Duan Jian's body bulged, and the black gold chains that bound him broke one by one. Seeing this scene, the faces of Sikong Ju and the rest changed. Just what kind of strength is needed to break free from the black gold chains? Just what is going on here? Sikong Ju suddenly understood something and said in a deep voice, "Quickly kill him!" The 3 gold rank experts at the side instantly rushed forward, waving the sharp swords in their hands and slashing towards Duan Jian. The sharp swords cut through the air, emitting a series of whistling sounds. Kill! The 3 gold rank experts all emitted a piercingly cold, murderous aura. Ding! 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 The 3 swords simultaneously slashed onto Duan Jian's body, but only produced the sound of metal clashing. Unexpectedly, they didn't cause any damage to Duan Jian, not even leaving a trace of blood. How is this possible? How can this little bastard's body be so strong? Sikong Ju and the rest couldn't help but cry out. However, Nieli only faintly smiled. Duan Jian's body contains the dragon's blood. The dragon race is the race with the strongest physical body. It's countless times harder than tempered steel. It's simply impossible for a few gold rank experts to injure Duan Jian's body. Duan Jian's eyes suddenly emitted a ray of unswerving determination. His right hand grabbed onto the sword of one of the gold rank experts, pulled it over and punched out. Boom! A powerful force, with Duan Jian's fist as the center, exploded in all directions. That gold rank expert's abdomen was hit, causing his entire face to distort. With a bang, he flew back a few hundred meters and heavily landed on the ground. From the looks of it, he won't be able to survive. Originally, in Sikong Ju's eyes, he was just a rabbit waiting to be slaughtered. However, in the blink of an eye, he became a ferocious tiger. All of this must be related to Nieli. Mr. Lei, what is the meaning of this? Sikong Ju glared at Nieli. Nieli shrugged and said, "What's the point of asking me? Right now, it's the Duan Jian who's looking for revenge." "What does that have to do with me?" Sikong Ju unsheathed his great sword. He felt an intense sense of crisis. The strength that Duan Jian displayed was too frightening. Pung pung pung. Duan Jian was engaged in a chaotic battle with two gold rank experts. When the gold rank experts' attacks landed on his body, they couldn't cause any harm to him. However, his fists and kicks, even if he only used 30% of his strength, were enough to cause a gold rank expert to suffer. Boom! Duan Jian punched out again, sending one of the gold rank experts flying. There's still 3 left. Duan Jian's gaze coldly stared at the remaining 3, especially Sikong Ju. Earlier, Sikong Ju stepped on his face and cursed his mother. In his heart, his mother is his reverse scale. All of you must die. He recalled the days when his parents brought him to hide from place to place. Those days, although they were in danger every day, they were so nostalgic. Until the arrival of the Silver-Winged family. He had to watch his parents commit suicide in front of him, begging them to let him go. That kind of heart-wrenching pain was something that others couldn't understand. In his heart, his parents will always be the most noble existences. After experiencing so much pain and torture, being spurned by the Silver-Winged family, enduring the ridicule of everyone, he still endured and continued to live an ignoble life, all for the sake of taking revenge on them one day. Duan Jian's eyes were crimson red, like a ferocious beast. Looking at Duan Jian's eyes, Sikong Ju felt fear. He never imagined that Duan Jian, who was chained up, would suddenly break free and turn into a man-eating beast. He could imagine how terrifying Duan Jian, who had been tortured and humiliated for so long, would be when he takes revenge. Let's kill him together! Sikong Ju furiously roared. When Sikong Ju's voice fell, the 2 gold rank experts beside him suddenly leaped up and pounced towards Duan Jian. Just as the 2 gold rank experts soared into the air, Sikong Ju immediately broke into a run. Boom! 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 Duan Jian and the 2 gold rank experts clashed. Just when Sikong Ju ran a few hundred meters away, he saw Nia Li blocking his path. Sikong Ju coldly stared at Nia Li, waving his sword and slashing towards Nia Li. Lei Zhua, you're courting death! I don't want to fight with you. I only want to get justice for Duan Jian. Nia Li's body quickly changed, turning into a fang panda. He opened his mouth and spat out black and white balls of light. The black and white balls of light intertwined in the sky, flying toward Sikong Ju. Sikong Ju was shocked. It has been many years since they last fought with a demon spiritualist. The energy contained within the black and white balls of light caused him to feel fear. Sikong Ju hurriedly dodged. Boom! The black and white balls of light collided with each other, creating a powerful shockwave. Sikong Ju was sent flying, only stopping a few dozen meters away, looking a little miserable. He never thought that Nia Li would be so powerful. Sikong Ju was shocked. He has always been tricked by Nia Li. How could Nia Li be a silver rank? He's obviously a gold rank demon spiritualist. At this moment, 2 muffled sounds came, followed by the sound of bone shattering. The 2 gold rank experts were sent flying by Duan Jian. They won't be able to survive. After killing the 2 gold rank experts, Duan Jian landed in front of Sikong Ju. Sikong Ju looked at Duan Jian, who was calmly walking towards him. His heart was filled with despair. Duan Jian is simply like a monster. His strength is too frightening. It's not something that he can withstand. Although Duan Jian's footsteps were calm, every step he took would cause cracks to appear on the ground. The current him is like a volcano that's about to erupt, filled with frightening strength. You shouldn't have insulted my mother. Duan Jian's voice was so cold, it's as if it came from hell. So sorry, let me go, Sikong Ju said in horror as he retreated. Do you think that I'll let you go? Duan Jian coldly stared at Sikong Ju and continued to walk forward. All the strength in his body was gathered on his arms. Both of his arms were emitting explosive sounds. Seeing that Duan Jian was only a few dozen meters away from him, Sikong Ju's expression suddenly became ferocious. He picked up 6 unpurified blood crystals and swallowed them. Roar! Sikong Ju's body continued to expand. Under the power of the blood crystals, the muscles on his body continued to expand. His height also increased by several times. Puff! Puff! The clothes on his body were torn apart. The power of 6 unpurified blood crystals, even if it's given to a legend rank expert, they wouldn't be able to refine it in a short period of time. Not to mention, Sikong Ju is only a 5-star gold rank expert. Sikong Ju's body was filled with raging power. He threw a punch towards Duan Jian. Although he's facing Sikong Ju, who's several times bigger than him, Duan Jian didn't have the slightest fear. He waved his fist and punched towards Sikong Ju. Boom! The fists collided with each other. A majestic power swept out from the point of collision. Boom. The ground within a radius of several hundred meters exploded. How can this be? Sikong Ju was incomparably terrified. Even if he swallowed 6 blood crystals, causing his strength to reach the pinnacle, even if his meridians were about to explode from the terrifying power, he still couldn't suppress Duan Jian's power. Boom! 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 Duan Jian suddenly soared into the sky and violently beat up Sikong Ju. The huge Sikong Ju was like a rubber ball being kicked in the sky. He was knocked here and there, before fiercely crashing into the ground. Boom! A large crater was smashed into the ground by Sikong Ju's body. Seeing Duan Jian falling like a meteor, Sikong Ju condensed all of his power into his right fist and fiercely punched out, smashing into Duan Jian's abdomen. Duan Jian was sent flying, tumbling a few times in the air before landing on the ground. This is the first time that Sikong Ju has caused harm to Duan Jian. Boom! Duan Jian, who just landed on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He leaped up, raised his right leg, and fiercely smashed it towards Sikong Ju. Sikong Ju was so frightened that he immediately rolled to the side. Boom! Duan Jian's right leg landed on the ground, instantly creating a crater with a radius of several tens of meters. What kind of terrifying power is this? Sikong Ju was so frightened that his face turned pale. Duan Jian is simply not human. His physical strength is comparable to a legend rank expert. The power of the 6 blood crystals has already gone out of control and heavily injured his meridians. If he doesn't leave now, it will be too late. Sikong Ju jumped up and madly ran away. He clutched his chest. His injuries are extremely serious, making him look like a stray dog. Wanna run? It's not that easy. Duan Jian stared at Sikong Ju's back. That is the enemy that forced his parents to their deaths. How can he let him run away? Under the stimulation of his anger, the dragon blood hidden within his body began to stir. Raging black dragon flame. Duan Jian opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of black flames that turned into an incomparably large black dragon and smashed down toward Sikong Ju. Ah! Sikong Ju miserably screamed as he was annihilated by the black flames. Boom! 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 The black flames continued to explode. Everything within a radius of several hundred meters was smashed into pieces, forming a large crater on the ground. Raging black dragon flame? Li did not expect that Duan Jian would be able to comprehend a dragon's battle technique in this kind of situation. The might of the raging black dragon flame is several times stronger than his yin-yang blast. Seeing his enemy being annihilated by the raging black dragon flame, Duan Jian knelt on the ground in exhaustion. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he cried like a child. The humiliation that he had endured for so long was finally released at this moment. Through his tears, he could vaguely see his kind mother and gentle father. They stretched out their hands and pulled him as they ran through the wilderness. Father, mother. Duan Jian sobbed as he reached out his hands to grab them. However, his father and mother's figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Chapter 148. There was an error in the previous chapter, but it has been corrected. Everyone read it in order. Sikong-ju and the rest frowned their brows. They still didn't understand what Nya Li's words meant. All they could hear was a series of banging sounds. Roar! The muscles on Duan Jian's body bulged, and the black gold chains binding him broke one by one. Seeing this scene, the faces of Sikong-ju and the rest changed. Just what kind of strength is needed to break free from the black gold chains? Just what is going on here? Sikong-ju suddenly understood something and shouted, "Quickly kill him!" The 3 gold rank experts by his side instantly rushed forward, waving the sharp swords in their hands and slashing towards Duan Jian. The sharp sword sliced through the air, emitting a whistling sound. Kill! The 3 gold rank experts exuded a biting cold, murderous aura. Ding! 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 The 3 sharp swords slashed onto Duan Jian's body at the same time, but only produced the sound of metal clashing. They didn't cause any damage to Duan Jian at all, not even leaving a trace of blood. How is this possible? How can this little bastard's body be so strong? Sikong-ju and the rest couldn't help but cry out. Nya Li faintly smiled. Duan Jian's body contains the dragon's blood. The dragon race is the race with the strongest physical body. It's several times harder than tempered steel. It's impossible for a few gold rank experts to injure Duan Jian's body. Duan Jian's eyes suddenly shot out a ray of unswerving determination. His right hand grabbed onto the sword of one of the gold rank experts, pulled it over and punched out. Boom! With Duan Jian's fist as the center, a powerful force exploded out in all directions. That gold rank expert's abdomen suffered a punch, causing his face to distort. With a bang, he flew back a few hundred meters and heavily fell on the ground. From the looks of it, he won't be able to survive. Originally, in Sikong-ju's eyes, he was just a rabbit waiting to be slaughtered. However, in a blink of an eye, he became a ferocious tiger. All of this must be related to Nya Li. Mr. Lei, what is the meaning of this? Sikong-ju glared at Nya Li. Nya Li shrugged and said, "What's the point of asking me? Right now, it's Duan Jian who's looking for you for revenge." "What does that have to do with me?" Sikong-ju unsheathed his great sword. He felt an intense sense of crisis. The strength that Duan Jian displayed was too frightening. Pung! Pung! Duan Jian was in a chaotic battle with 2 gold rank experts. When the gold rank experts' attacks landed on his body, they couldn't do any damage to him. However, his punches and kicks, even if he only used 30% of his strength, were enough to make a gold rank expert suffer. Boom! Duan Jian punched out again, sending one of the gold rank masters flying. There's still 3 left. Duan Jian's gaze coldly stared at the remaining 3, especially Sikong-ju. Just a moment ago, Sikong-ju stepped on his face and cursed his mother. In his heart, his mother is his reverse scale. All of you must die. He recalled the days when his parents brought him to hide. Although those days were filled with danger every day, he still cherished those days, until the arrival of the Silver-Winged family. He had to watch his parents commit suicide in front of him, begging them to let him go. That kind of heart-wrenching pain was something that others couldn't understand. In his heart, his parents will always be the most noble existences. After experiencing so much pain and torture, being spurned by the Silver-Winged family, enduring the ridicule of everyone, he still endured and continued to live an ignoble life, all for the sake of taking revenge on them one day. Duan Jian's eyes were crimson red, like a ferocious beast. Looking at Duan Jian's eyes, Sikong-ju felt fear. He never imagined that Duan Jian, who was chained up, would suddenly break free and turn into a man-eating beast. He could imagine how terrifying Duan Jian, who had been tortured for so long, would be when he takes revenge. "Let's kill him together." Sikong-ju furiously roared. When Sikong-ju's voice fell, the two gold rank experts beside him suddenly leaped up and pounced towards Duan Jian. Just as the two gold rank experts soared into the air, Sikong-ju immediately started to run outside. Boom! 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 Duan Jian and the two gold rank experts clashed. Just when Sikong-ju ran a few hundred meters away, he saw Nya Li blocking in front of him. Sikong-ju coldly stared at Nya Li, waving his sword and slashing towards Nya Li. Lei Zhua, you're courting death! I don't want to fight with you. I only want to seek justice for Duan Jian. Nya Li's body quickly changed, turning into a fanged panda. He opened his mouth and spat out black and white balls of light. The black and white balls of light intertwined in the sky, flying towards Sikong-ju. Sikong-ju was shocked. It has been many years since they last fought with a demon spiritualist. The energy contained within the black and white balls of light made him feel fear. Sikong-ju hurriedly dodged. Boom! The black and white balls of light collided with each other, creating a powerful shockwave. Sikong-ju was sent flying, only stopping a few dozen meters away, looking a little miserable. He never thought that Nya Li would be so powerful. Sikong-ju was shocked. He has always been tricked by Nya Li. How could Nya Li be a silver rank? He's obviously a gold rank demon spiritualist. At this moment, two muffled sounds could be heard, followed by the sound of bones breaking. The two gold rank experts were sent flying by Duan Jian. They won't be able to survive. After killing the two gold rank experts, Duan Jian landed in front of Sikong-ju. Sikong-ju looked at Duan Jian, who was calmly walking towards him. His heart was filled with despair. Duan Jian is simply like a monster. His strength is too frightening. It's not something that he can withstand. Although Duan Jian's footsteps were calm, every step he took would cause cracks to appear on the ground. The current him is like a volcano that's about to erupt, filled with frightening strength. You shouldn't have insulted my mother. Duan Jian's voice was so cold, it's as if it came from hell. So sorry, let me go, Sikong-ju said in horror as he retreated. Do you think that I'll let you go? Duan Jian coldly stared at Sikong-ju and continued to walk forward. All the strength in his body was gathered on his arms. Both of his arms were emitting explosive sounds. Seeing that Duan Jian was only a few dozen meters away from him, Sikong-ju's expression suddenly became ferocious. He picked up 6 unpurified blood crystals and swallowed them. Roar! Sikong-ju's body continued to expand. Under the power of the blood crystals, the muscles in his body continued to expand. His height also increased by several times. Puff! Puff! The clothes on his body were torn apart. The power of 6 unpurified blood crystals. Even if it's given to a legend rank expert, they wouldn't be able to refine it in a short period of time. Not to mention Sikong-ju, who's only a 5-star gold rank expert. Sikong-ju's body was filled with raging power. He threw a punch towards Duan Jian. Although he's facing Sikong-ju, who's several times bigger than him, Duan Jian didn't have the slightest fear. He waved his fist and punched towards Sikong-ju. Boom! The fists collided with each other. A boundless power swept out from the point of collision. Boom. The ground within a radius of several hundred meters exploded. How can this be? Sikong-ju was incomparably terrified. Even if he swallowed 6 blood crystals, causing his strength to reach the pinnacle, even if his meridians were about to explode from the terrifying power, he still couldn't suppress Duan Jian's power. Boom! 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 Duan Jian suddenly soared into the sky and violently beat up Sikong-ju. The huge Sikong-ju was like a rubber ball being kicked in the sky. He was knocked here and there, before fiercely crashing into the ground. Boom! A large crater was smashed into the ground by Sikong-ju's body. Seeing Duan Jian falling like a meteor, Sikong-ju gathered all his power into his right fist and fiercely punched out, smashing into Duan Jian's abdomen. Duan Jian was sent flying, tumbling a few times in the air before landing on the ground. This is the first time Sikong-ju has caused harm to Duan Jian. Boom! Duan Jian, who had just landed on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He leaped up, raised his right leg, and fiercely smashed it toward Sikong-ju. Sikong-ju was so frightened that he immediately rolled to the side. Boom! Duan Jian's right leg landed on the ground, instantly creating a crater with a radius of several dozen meters. What kind of terrifying power is this? Sikong-ju was so frightened that his face turned pale. Duan Jian is simply not human. His physical strength is comparable to a legend rank expert. The power of the 6 blood crystals has already gone out of control and heavily injured his meridians. If he doesn't leave now, it will be too late. Sikong-ju jumped up and madly ran away. He clutched his chest. His injuries are extremely serious, making him look like a stray dog. Wanna run? It's not that easy. Duan Jian stared at Sikong-ju's back. That is the enemy that forced his parents to their deaths. How can he let him run away? Under the stimulation of his anger, the dragon blood hidden within his body began to stir. Raging black dragon flame. Duan Jian opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of black flames that turned into an incomparably large black dragon and smashed down toward Sikong-ju. Ah! Sikong-ju miserably screamed as he was annihilated by the black flames. Boom! 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 The black flames continued to explode. Everything within a radius of several hundred meters was smashed into pieces, forming a large crater in the ground. Raging black dragon flame? Li did not expect that Duan Jian would be able to comprehend a dragon's battle technique in this kind of situation. The might of this raging black dragon flame is several times stronger than his yin-yang blast. Seeing his enemy being annihilated by the raging black dragon flame, Duan Jian knelt on the ground in exhaustion. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he cried like a child. The humiliation that he had endured for so long was finally released at this moment. Through his tears, he could vaguely see his kind mother and gentle father. They stretched out their hands and pulled him as they ran through the wilderness. Father, mother. Duan Jian sobbed as he reached out his hands to grab them. However, his father and mother's figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Chapter 149. The contents of the first 147 chapters were sent wrongly, and Chijian website has corrected it. The rest of the content is too slow to be corrected. Li stood there silently. In his previous life, he had also experienced the grief of losing his parents, so he could empathize with Duan Jian's feelings. Duan Jian was still very strong. After a moment, he wiped away his tears and stood up. He knelt in front of Li on one knee and looked firmly at Li. Duan Jian is at Master's command at all times. His thoughts were very simple. Li gave him hope for revenge. From now on, Li was his god. No matter what Li asked him to do, he would not back down even half a step. Li searched the nearby ground and found a lost interspatial ring. He swept his gaze over the interspatial ring. Aside from the 50 stones of light, there were also various weapons, armors, herbs, ores, and so on. It was a dazzling array. What made Li feel a little surprised was that there was also several years' worth of food inside. With the stone of light, they could leave this place at any time. He also took out the interspatial rings of the remaining 4 gold rank experts. Although they weren't as plentiful as Sikong-ju's interspatial ring, they still weren't lacking. 10 days later, we'll wreak havoc in the silver-winged family and bring back Ning, our Lu Piao, and the rest. Li looked at the distant mountains at the end of the wasteland and asked, Duan Jian, do you know the situation of the families in the mountains? Reporting to Master, there are a total of 13 aristocratic families here, and their relationships are intricate and complicated. There were alliances between the various aristocratic families, but there were also deep grudges between them. Among them, the three strongest families are the Silver-Winged family, Divine Flames family, and Ashwolf family. These three families all have a legend rank expert overseeing them. As for the remaining families, most of them only have black gold rank experts. However, for them to be able to establish themselves in the mountains, they more or less have some methods. Aside from these 13 families, there are also many villages deep in the mountains. The strongest people in these villages are usually only at the gold rank. The residents of these villages often have to pay tribute, otherwise they'll be taken away and become slaves of the 13 families, Duan Jian said. 3 legend rank experts and a large number of black gold rank experts. He never thought that there would be so many experts in this dimensional space. However, due to the lack of demon spirits, it's hard for the legend rank experts here to find a suitable demon spirit to integrate with. Therefore, most of them are legend rank fighters and not legend rank demon spiritualists. Their strength is definitely inferior to YMO. These clans had occupied the mountains and declared themselves kings. Without anyone to restrain them, they would definitely run amok. Niali looked at Duan Jian and asked, among the 13 families, which one is the most righteous? Reporting to Master, among the 13 families, the Divine Flames family is the most righteous. The Divine Flames family's strength is only second to the Silver-Winged family. The Silver-Winged family has always wanted to annex the other families. The Divine Flames family gathered the other 4 families to fight against them, causing the Silver-Winged family to not dare to act rashly. As for the other 13 families, they have a trading town. Originally, there was no one managing it, and it was extremely chaotic. The big shots of the various families gathered together to discuss. That old bastard Sikong, he wanted to obtain the jurisdiction of this town. But unexpectedly, the other 11 families all agreed to hand over the jurisdiction to the Divine Flames family. That's because these 11 families all believe that only the Divine Flames family can be impartial. Duan Jian continued. Town? Nya Li's brows twitched and said, There's still 9 days before the agreed time. Why don't we go take a look? Who knows, we might find something. Duan Jian hurriedly said, Absolutely not. There are many eyes and ears of the various families there. There will definitely be a lot of people from the Silver-Wing family there. If we appear there in a few hours, the news will reach the ears of that old thief Sikong Yi. You don't have to worry about this. Nieli smiled. He took out something and smeared it on his face. Soon, his face completely changed into another person. Duan Jian looked at Nieli in shock. He was stunned for a long time. You try it too. Nya Li threw the cloud mud that he specially made to Duan Jian. Duan Jian also tried using it, and soon he turned into an ugly, burly man. Ha! Seeing Duan Jian's appearance, Nya Li couldn't help finding it funny. This is the first time Duan Jian used the cloud mud. He's still not very familiar with it, but it's barely enough. Duan Jian looked a little awkward. He quickly disposed of the corpses of the Silver-Winged family members. Whoosh, 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 the 2 of them flew up, under Duan Jian's lead. Nya Li went straight to the town where the 13 families were trading. It's hard to imagine that in this forest, where demon beasts wreak havoc, there's actually such a bustling market. This market stretches for a few miles. There are many buildings built with thick wooden sticks, as well as guard towers and so on. Many people dressed in plain clothes set up stalls in the open space, trading various items. Sounds of hawking and bargaining could be heard. Aside from the 13 families, there are also residents from various villages. The people in the town are all skinny and malnourished. From Duan Jian's words, there's a shortage of food here. The 13 families are still fine. They can barely maintain their family's necessities. However, the residents of the villages outside are more depressed. Most of the meat of the demon beasts in this dimension is filled with a sour smell and can't be eaten. The few demon beasts that can be eaten have been hunted to a very small number. The source of food is mostly from the wild fruits and fungi in the mountains. Food is the most valuable thing here. With regards to food, Nieli has no interest at all. Although Glory City is surrounded by demon beasts, the amount of demon beasts that are hunted every day can't be finished. Not to mention, there's still a large area of land that can be used for farming. Before coming to this dimension, Nieli already brought 2 years' worth of rations in his interspatial ring. Adding the interspatial rings of the 5 gold rank experts that he just obtained, just the amount of rations he has is unimaginable. Aside from food, there are some other things that made Nieli's heart move. An unrefined blood crystal can be exchanged for a small piece of meat. A dragon soul stone can be exchanged for a small bag of food. Do they know how precious these things are? Needless to say about the blood crystal, if the dragon soul stone is embedded into a weapon, it can increase the weapon's strength by several folds. This kind of thing is extremely rare outside, but here it's everywhere. There are already several stalls that are trading this kind of thing. When Duan Jian saw Nieli excitedly holding onto a piece of dragon soulstone, he said, "In this mountain range there are many mines that produce all kinds of ores. Ores like this are all very common." This kind of ore is very common. Nieli held onto a piece of dragon soulstone and asked, "Do you know what this ore is used for?" "If you refine this ore and make it into an arrowhead, it's extremely lethal to demon beasts. The arrows of various aristocratic families are all made with this kind of ore." Duan Jian said, "However, this arrowhead melts the moment it enters the demon beast's body, so the consumption is very large." Make it into an arrowhead? As a one-time use item? Nieli simply doesn't know how to describe it. This is simply a reckless waste of God's gift. "Duan Jian, give me 1,000 pieces of blood crystal, 1,000 pieces of dragon soul stone, and these kinds of ores." Nieli didn't hesitate to take out an interspatial ring filled with food and handed it to Duan Jian for Duan Jian to exchange. Nieli continued to search these stalls with a curious mentality. Finally, his gaze fell on an item in one of the stalls. This is a strange item. It's a ball-shaped object, similar to a soul puppet with a complex metal structure. It can be seen that it was made by a master, but as for what this thing is used for, even Nieli can't tell. The seller of this item is an old man wearing tattered clothes. He looks haggard and thin, and his turbid eyes don't have a trace of spirit. There are only a few items in the stall. Nieli reached out and picked up the ball-shaped object. Inside the metal structure, there is a sparkling and translucent crystal. Within the crystal, there are strands of ice and snow that are constantly changing into various shapes. When Nieli saw this scene, he was immediately shocked. This should be the legendary ice snow spirit pearl. "Young master, this is my family's ancestral treasure. It has been passed down for more than 500 years. If it weren't for the fact that my family has declined, I wouldn't be willing to sell it." The old man said with a hoarse and weak voice. "How much is this item?" Nieli asked. The old man thought for a moment and said, 5 bags of rations and I'll sell it to you." "What, 5 bags of rations?" Nieli's voice suddenly went a few octaves higher. "What kind of joke is this? 5 bags of rations to buy a blizzard spirit pearl? This is one of the 9 great spiritual pearls, the blizzard spirit pearl. With the blizzard spirit pearl, a snow wind demon spiritualist will have soul force that is several times stronger than their own. Furthermore, all snow wind combat skills will be increased by several folds. This is simply a godly item. 5 bags of rations is too expensive? How about 3 bags of rations?" The old man looked at Nieli in fear. Obviously, he was frightened by Nieli's expression. Cough, cough. Nieli dryly coughed. After thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. After the Age of Darkness, many of the uses of treasures have been completely lost. Although this item is passed down from their ancestors, this old man probably doesn't even know what this blizzard spirit pearl is used for, let alone its value. If one can't even eat their fill, what's the use of guarding the ancestors' item? The old man looked at Nya-Li a little helplessly and said, "Then 2 bags of rations, no less." Nya-Li looked at the old man. Things that are too expensive are probably useless to the old man. What they need the most is still rations. 20 bags of rations and 5 pounds of meat. I'll give them all to you. Nya-Li moved his right hand and took out the items. There's too much for the old man to carry back. After seeing these items, the old man went into a daze for a moment. Both of his eyes flashed with tears. He faced Nya-Li and kowtowed several times. Chapter 150. The old man's family has already reached the end of the line. However, there's nothing left in the house that can be sold. He has no idea what this blizzard spiritual pearl is used for. It has been placed here for dozens of days, but no one has bought it. There's still 2 grandsons waiting to be fed at home. The old man doesn't know what to do. He originally thought that if this pearl could be sold for 2 or 3 bags of food, it would be pretty good. He never thought that Nya-Li would give him so many things. Old man, I'm taking advantage of you by using so many things to exchange for this pearl. If you have any requests, you can tell me. Nya-Li also wants to give a few precious things. However, Nya-Li understands that if he gives something too precious, it will bring disaster to the old man. I don't know what this is. To be able to exchange for so much food, it is already a gift from the heavens. We don't have any more requests. The old man kowtowed a few more times. 2 skinny youths walked to the old man's side. Dainu, Erniu, quickly kowtow to our benefactor. The old man hurriedly said to the 2 youths behind him. The 2 youths didn't say anything and directly kowtowed a few times. Nya-Li sighed in his heart. He took out 5 bags of food and a few pieces of meat from his interspatial ring and placed them on the stall. Only then did he store the blizzard spiritual pearl into his interspatial ring and left. Seeing the pile of food on the stall, the old man's tears fell like rain. He trembled and said, "May the heavens bless this benefactor with fairness and health." When some of the stall owners saw this scene, they all had envious expressions on their faces. Although they're envious of those old men's rations, they don't dare to do anything. After all, this town is managed by the Divine Flames family. They don't dare to cause trouble here. After strolling around the town a few times, Duan Jian quickly exchanged for a lot of blood crystals and dragon's soul stones. These dragon's soul stones are for you. Nya-Li picked up a few dragon soul stones, passed them to Duan Jian, and said, "The dragon soul stone is extremely beneficial for those with a dragon's bloodline body. It can greatly refine your soul force. When the time comes, I'll help you find a dragon clan's demon spirit and you can become a demon spiritualist." Demon spirits of the dragon clan are hard to find. However, there's nothing that can be done about it. Because of Duan Jian's physique, he can only adapt to demon spirits of the dragon clan. "Thank you, master," Duan Jian said respectfully. Nya-Li plundered quite a few good things along the way. Gradually, he arrived in front of a huge shop. The 2 big words, Divine Flame, were written on the top of the shop. It was quite imposing. There were all kinds of customers coming and going at the door. Nya-Li's heart stirred. "Let's go in and take a look." Nya-Li was a little curious about the Divine Flames family. If the Divine Flames family is really like what Duan Jian said, he might be able to establish a connection with the Divine Flames family. This shop has a total of 7 floors. The first floor sells all kinds of ordinary herbs, ores, weapons, and other miscellaneous items. Nya-Li has no interest in any of them. He brought Duan Jian to the second floor. The second floor sells all kinds of martial arts, cultivation techniques, and books. Along the way, the items on the first 5 floors were only SOSO in Nya-Li's eyes. Although he found some things, he didn't really care about them. On the 6th floor, Nia stopped in front of a huge sword. This huge sword is completely black. Occasionally, it would burst out with black flames. A blazing aura blew towards him. Seeing Nia stopping in front of the huge sword, a slightly fat, middle-aged man walked over. He had a smile on his face and said, "Forged from black flame gold, extremely sharp, able to cut through iron like mud. At the same time, embedded with a flame crystal containing the power of fire. When the sword slashes out, it will have a flame effect that can burn the opponent. You have a good eye. What's the price of this sword? We only accept bartering. It depends on what you are willing to exchange." The fat, middle-aged man lightly smiled. Nia pondered for a moment. What he has the most in his hands is elixirs. Therefore, he took out a soul concentrating pill and threw it to the fat man. "How about this?" Previously, Nia only casually gave out soul nurturing pills. But now, in order to exchange for this huge sword, Nia took out a soul concentrating pill that's one level higher than the soul concentrating pill. The fat, middle-aged man took the pill and sniffed it. His eyes lit up and said, "Good stuff, it's actually a soul concentrating pill." In the Age of Darkness, alchemists suffered heavy casualties. There aren't many of them left. Alchemists that can refine soul concentrating pills are extremely rare. This fat middle-aged man only took a sniff, and he already knows that it's a soul concentrating pill. He's indeed an expert. The fat middle-aged man went silent for a moment and said, "If you want exchange for this black flame sword, just this alone isn't enough. You need at least 200 soul concentrating pills to match the value of the black flame sword." Nia doesn't think that one soul concentrating pill is enough to exchange for the black flame sword. 200 pills is also lower than Nia Li's estimation. In Nia Li's heart, it's 1,000 pills. Here are 200 soul concentrating pills. Nia took out 2 bottles of soul concentrating pills from his interspatial ring and threw it to the fat middle-aged man. He never thought that Nia wouldn't even bargain and casually threw out 200 soul concentrating pills. These 200 soul concentrating pills are enough to create a few experts for the Divine Flames family. Many 5-star silver and 5-star gold rank experts would have a higher chance of breaking through with the soul concentrating pills. Elixirs can, at most, be preserved for 100 years before they become unusable. Furthermore, the number of alchemists is very little. Therefore, every family in the Abyss Prison is in desperate need of elixirs, especially high-quality elixirs like the soul concentrating pill. As for the black flame sword, almost everyone who escaped into the Abyss Prison during the Age of Darkness brought many interspatial rings with them. There are countless treasures inside, many of which were passed down. The black flame sword is just an ordinary item. Nia took down the black flame sword, threw it to Duan Jian, and said, "This sword is for you." The black flame sword is just right for Duan Jian, who possesses the black dragon's blood. Otherwise, Nia wouldn't have chosen it out of all the treasures. After receiving the sword, Duan Jian was stunned for a moment. His eyes were filled with gratitude as he deeply looked at Nia Li's back figure as he turned around. From his interactions with Duan Jian, Nia can feel that Duan Jian is a person who knows how to repay kindness. Therefore, he wasn't stingy towards Duan Jian. After the fat, middle-aged man kept the elixirs, he followed beside Nia with a flattering smile on his face and said, "Excuse me, are you an alchemist?" Nia took a glance at the fat, middle-aged man, slightly nodded his head, and said, "That's right." The fat, middle-aged man's eyes instantly lit up. He became even more humble and said, "My name is Li Fu. May I know your name? Which family are you working for?" "I don't belong to any family. As for my name, I don't think there's a need for you to know." Nia lightly glanced at Li Fu and said, Li Fu didn't mind Nia Li's attitude at all. The value of an alchemist is unimaginable. It's normal for Nia Li to be a little arrogant. Li Fu slightly bowed beside Nia Li and said, "Lord Alchemist, our Divine Flames family has been wanting to hire an alchemist." If you are willing to join our Divine Flames family, I can pass on any request you have to our patriarch. Forget about joining your family. I'm not willing to be restricted. However, cooperation is not impossible. Li naturally wouldn't say anything. The reason why he used the soul-concentrating elixir to exchange for the Black Flame Sword was because he had some intentions. He never thought that Li Fu would take the bait so quickly. Cooperation? That's fine. I wonder how you are going to cooperate. We can provide you with a large amount of alchemy ingredients. From Li Fu's point of view, what an alchemist lacks the most is alchemy ingredients. Li glanced at Li Fu and said, I don't lack alchemy ingredients. As for how to cooperate, I haven't thought of it yet. Today, I'm only here to take a look and buy a few things that I like. Hearing Li's words, a trace of disappointment flashed across Li Fu's eyes. Li doesn't lack alchemy ingredients. He hasn't even thought of a way to cooperate yet. He's probably just being perfunctory. Li walked straight ahead. Along the way, all sorts of treasures couldn't attract Li's attention anymore. Continuing up, Li reached the 7th floor. The 7th floor was heavily guarded. In front of every item, there were fully armed guards. Generally, people without status weren't allowed to go up to the 7th floor. Since Li is an alchemist, when Li came up, Li Fu didn't stop him. Li strolled around the 7th floor for a while. There were many things on this floor that were more precious than the 6th floor. Basically, they were all rare treasures passed down from before the Age of Darkness. Many of them made Li's heart palpitate. While Li was looking at the treasures, Li Fu quietly retreated. Of course, Li noticed Li Fu's action. However, he didn't say anything and continued to look around. Since he's here, he must buy 1 or 2 things before leaving. Otherwise, it would be too depressing if he entered a treasure mountain and returned empty-handed. Li's gaze fell on a pile of inscription scrolls. They're actually inscription scrolls that contain legendary forbidden techniques. Counting them, there's a total of 7. Brother, are you interested in these scrolls? A well-dressed youngster walked to the side of Li. He looks to be around 16 to 17 years old, wearing embroidered clothes, and has an imposing appearance. This well-dressed youngster should be called over by Li Fu, someone from the Divine Flames family. Not bad. I'm indeed a little interested. Li nodded his head, not avoiding the topic. These scrolls are indeed good stuff. However, they're all passed down from before the Age of Darkness. The demon beast blood on them is already very blurry. There were people who tried to use them before, but they're no longer usable. These scrolls have become tasteless, but it's a pity to throw them away. The well-dressed youngster lightly sighed and shook his head. The inscription scrolls passed down from the Age of Darkness, after going through the baptism of time, naturally can't be used anymore. However, one thing to note is that these scrolls contain the blood of legend rank demon beasts. It won't fade so easily. As long as it's processed, these inscription patterns will once again shine with brilliance. Since they're useless, why don't you sell them to me and let me study them? Li smiled. Others can't use them, but that doesn't mean that he can't. Chapter 151. The well-dressed youth looked at Li in astonishment. Is Li going to buy it for research? Inscriptionists nowadays are extremely rare, not to mention inscriptionists who understand legend, rank inscriptions are even rarer. The well-dressed youth lightly smiled and straightforwardly said, Since you like it, I'll give it to you. Li took a glance at the other party. This youth is indeed someone that grew up in an aristocratic family. His methods are much higher than Li Fu's. If he really accepts these inscription patterns, it'll be hard for him to reject if the well-dressed youth raises any other requests. Li shook his head and said, I don't deserve it. I want it, but I can't just take it for free. Li's right hand moved and took out a bottle of elixirs from his interspatial ring. It's a higher grade than the soul concentrating pill, the soul tempering pill. He placed it on the table. I'll use this bottle of elixirs to exchange with you. How about it? Li calmly looked at the well-dressed youth. The well-dressed youth picked up the bottle and sniffed it. His face slightly changed. He originally thought that no matter what Nieli takes out, he'll reject it. This way, Nieli will owe him a favor and ask for something from Nieli. However, he never imagined that Nieli would take out such a bottle of elixirs. This bottle of elixirs is much more precious than the 2 bottles that Li Fu just received. The significance of this bottle to the family is too great, he can't reject it. The well-dressed youth slightly pondered and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll accept it." He then kept the elixirs. Nieli calmly kept the 7 legend rank inscription scrolls, lightly smiled and said, "In the future, if I find any treasure that I like, I'll use elixirs to exchange for it. The Divine Flames family won't reject me, right?" "Of course not. You can choose any of the treasures here." The well-dressed youth nodded his head. If he were to reject, then he'd be a fool. After interacting with Nieli, he understood that Nieli isn't someone that can be easily controlled. For an alchemist to be able to be so calm in this abyss prison, he definitely has some means. It's definitely not wrong for the Divine Flames family to have a good relationship with Nieli. Elixirs were consumables. Naturally, the more the better. For the time being, Nieli doesn't want to have too much contact with the Divine Flames family. After all, he doesn't have the qualifications to talk to a family that has a legend rank expert. Establishing a preliminary relationship with them is enough. After collecting these legendary taboo scrolls, Nieli continued to browse through other treasures. Another item caught Li's attention. Among so many treasures, there's finally a non-attribute item. Li thought to himself, chaos and non-attribute items were the hardest to find. Finally, he found one. It was 3 crystal clear flying daggers. Li doesn't know who forged them. There were complex inscription patterns carved on them. These flying daggers should be made from sky crystal. Sky crystal is a non-attribute item. Its killing power is extremely high and can easily break through the opponent's defense. This item can only be activated by non-attribute soul force. Once soul force is injected into it, the flying dagger will become invisible. It's very hard to be detected by soul force. Even a legend rank expert would be killed if they're not careful. It's definitely a good item for killing people when they least expect it. Li is almost certain that he must obtain these 3 flying daggers. What's the price of these 3 flying daggers? Li looked at the well-dressed youth and asked. A look of hesitation appeared on the well-dressed youth's face as he said, "These 3 flying daggers were passed down from ancient times. They are extremely powerful. Although no one has been able to use them until now, our Divine Flames family does not intend to casually sell them. It's normal for non-attribute items to not be able to be activated by soul force. Treasures also depend on the person. The well-dressed youth said that he's not willing to sell them, so he's probably waiting for the right price. How about 10 bottles of soul-tempering pills?" Li looked at the well-dressed youth and said, "Since he has a lot of elixirs, not to mention 10 bottles, even if it's 100 bottles, Li wouldn't feel heartache." The well-dressed youth smiled, shook his head, and said, "I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint brother." Li frowned his brows. Could it be that the Divine Flames family really isn't going to sell them? 10 bottles of soul-tempering pills should be a huge temptation. To be honest, these 3 flying daggers are made from sky crystal. As for whether or not they're from ancient times, I can't say for sure. However, sky crystal has a special characteristic. It requires non-attribute people to be able to resonate with it. Furthermore, the inscription patterns on these 3 flying daggers are extremely complex. Only those who are familiar with these complex inscription patterns can activate the flying daggers. Non-attribute people are 1 in 1,000, and those who understand such profound inscription patterns are 1 in 10,000. Therefore, Keeping these 3 flying daggers for yourself is completely useless. I'm afraid that you won't be able to find a suitable owner even after a few hundred years." Nye lightly smiled, shook his head, and said, Hearing Nye Li's words, the well-dressed youth was slightly stunned. He never thought that Nye Li would be so knowledgeable. With just a glance, he was able to identify the material of the flying daggers and the requirements for the user. Sky crystal? The well-dressed youth slightly frowned. He has also heard of the sky crystal before. It's indeed the same as what Nye described. He only heard from a few of his clansmen that these 3 flying daggers were passed down from ancient times. As for whether it's true or not, no one can say for sure. If it's really the same as what Nye said, then these 3 flying daggers really don't have any value in their hands. Seeing the hesitation of the well-dressed youth, Nye lightly smiled and said, "This abyss prison realm is filled with danger. Even if it's the Divine Flames family, they can still encounter unimaginable dangers at any time. Rather than holding a weapon that can't be used, it's more practical to have these soul-tempering pills." The well-dressed youth lightly smiled and said, "Even if I want to sell these 3 flying daggers, 10 bottles of soul-tempering pills are far from enough. It's completely incomparable to their value." Nye Li couldn't help but admit that 10 bottles of soul-tempering pills can't be compared to the value of these 3 flying daggers. Just the sky crystal used to forge one of the flying daggers is equivalent to the value of 100 bottles of soul-tempering pills. However, this isn't the case. The Divine Flames family doesn't know the true value of these 3 flying daggers, but the soul-tempering pills are what the Divine Flames family needs. Nye Li lightly smiled and said, "I wonder how the Divine Flames family intends to exchange for them?" The well-dressed youth pondered for a moment and said, "How about 100 bottles of soul-tempering pills?" 100 bottles of soul-tempering pills. Nye Li pretended to be in a difficult position. In reality, Nye Li doesn't even need to think about this amount and can directly exchange for it. However, if he's too straightforward, the Divine Flames family might think that the soul-tempering pills are ordinary goods. 100 bottles of soul-tempering pills is too difficult. I don't have that many soul-tempering pills with me anymore. Don't have that many? The well-dressed youth inwardly thought in his heart. It's normal for him to not have that many soul-tempering pills. After all, the ingredients to make the soul-tempering pills are extremely precious. Even in the entire Abyss prison realm, there aren't many of them. Then, how many soul-tempering pills are you willing to offer?" The well-dressed youth calmly asked. "At most, I can offer 50 bottles." Nye Li lightly smiled. 50 bottles is too little. The well-dressed youth shook his head. Since he has already decided to do this business, he naturally has to fight for a good price. "I only have a total of 50 bottles of soul-tempering pills with me," Nye Li said as he spread his hands. "Then we'll use other elixirs to make up for it. We need at least 80 bottles of soul-tempering pills before we're willing to sell these 3 flying knives," the well-dressed youth firmly said. Out of so many treasures, Nye Li only chose this attributeless flying knife. This proves that Nye Li's soul realm is attributeless. Since that's the case, don't blame him for ripping it off. From the well-dressed youth's point of view, he's ripping off Nye Li. However, from Nye Li's point of view, this transaction is too worthwhile. I have a type of elixir here, the Scarlet Body Tempering Pill. 2 Scarlet Body Tempering Pills for 1 Soul Tempering Pill. How about it? Nye Li said again. Scarlet Body Tempering Pill? The well-dressed youth's eyes lit up. This Scarlet Body Tempering Pill is also a precious elixir. It can greatly increase the physical strength of a martial artist. It's very helpful in increasing a martial artist's cultivation. This body tempering pill is far from being as good as the soul tempering pill. At least 3 body tempering pills for 1 soul tempering pill, the well-dressed youth said. Niali frowned and pretended to be extremely unwilling. He looked at the 3 flying knives and said, "Then let's use 3 body-tempering pills to exchange for 1 soul-tempering pill. Who asked me to fancy these 3 flying knives?" Niali moved his right hand and took out 50 bottles of soul-tempering pills and 90 bottles of scarlet body-tempering pills from his interspatial ring and gave them to the well-dressed youth. "These are 3 flying knives. Please keep them well." The well-dressed youth passed the 3 flying knives to Niali. Niali nodded slightly and put the 3 flying knives into his interspatial ring. The well-dressed youth was secretly overjoyed. He'd made a huge profit from this transaction. These elixirs could definitely greatly increase the strength of the clan. His status in the clan would also rise because of this transaction. Plus, he was already a direct descendant. He should be the best candidate to inherit the clan. The well-dressed youth thought that he had struck it rich, that he had encountered an alchemy master with a lot of money. However, the one who had struck it rich the most was still Niali. He had only used a few elixirs to exchange for 3 flying daggers, forged with divine crystals. "My name is Li Heng. How should I address you, brother? If you want to buy anything in the future, you can come here and have Li Fu inform me." The well-dressed youth smiled. "Brother Li Heng can call me Niali." Niali faintly smiled. "Niali?" Li Heng looked at Niali. He didn't know if the name Niali was his real name or a pseudonym. "I'll come again." Niali smiled and cupped his hands. "I'll take my leave today." "All right." Li Heng nodded. Niali should still be vigilant towards them. If Li Heng forcefully asked him to stay, it would instead make Niali suspicious. Li Heng sent Niali and Duan Jian to the door before returning. "Master, we used so many precious elixirs to exchange for these things. Will it be a loss?" Duan Jian said to Niali. After all, in the Abyss prison realm, elixirs were very precious. Many treasures could be bought, but elixirs couldn't. Moreover, elixirs were used to increase one's strength. "A loss?" Niali laughed. He threw an interspatial ring to Duan Jian and said, "There are 1,000 bottles of various elixirs inside. You can use them as you wish. You can ask me for more when you're done." Chapter 152. 1,000 bottles. Duan Jian was dumbfounded. How can Niali have so many precious elixirs? Niali looked at the dumbfounded Duan Jian and couldn't help smiling as he walked forward. They found a hotel in the city and paid for 8 days, a total of 6 bags of food, and stayed there. Now, they just have to wait for the appointed time to wreak havoc in the Silver-Winged family's territory. Niali stayed in his room and took out the 2 items that he just bought: 7 legend-rank forbidden spell scrolls and the 3 flying knives. He opened one of the legend-rank forbidden spell scrolls. The demon blood inscription pattern on it is already blurred, but it still emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. The inscription pattern on the scroll is very complicated. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to understand it. However, this isn't a problem for Niali. It's actually a summoning-type legend-rank forbidden spell. Niali was startled in his heart. He doesn't know what kind of creature it will summon. In fact, most people don't know that the world that they're in is vast and boundless. The continent that Niali and Bunch are in is called the Divine Continent. It's one of the 6 continents and belongs to the main world. In the main world, there are many subsidiary worlds, just like the Abyss prison realm. The Abyss prison realm should be a relatively small world. Some of the worlds are extremely huge and filled with danger. The Abyss demon that attacked the city Lord's Mansion was summoned from the Abyss world. The Abyss world is one of the most terrifying and dangerous worlds. Aside from the Abyss world, there's also the Snow Wind world, Lightning world, Lava world, and many more. The main world is filled with dimensional gates that can be used to enter and exit the main world and other worlds. As for summoning-type forbidden spells, they summon powerful creatures from these worlds. Most of the creatures will listen to the summoner's command, but there are also some that won't listen to the summoner's command. This will cause a huge disaster, like the Abyss demon that day. Nia Li carefully wiped away the dust on the legend rank forbidden spell scroll. He then found a few herbs, mixed a potion, and slowly smeared it on the inscription patterns on the scroll. What Nia Li used was called the cleansing medicine. It could once again stimulate the demonic blood in the legendary forbidden spell scrolls, allowing the demonic blood to once again release great power. A moment later, this legendary forbidden spell scroll was once again renewed, filled with surging power. Nia Li continued to deal with the other legendary forbidden skill scrolls. There was only one legendary summoning forbidden skill scroll, and the rest were elemental or functional legendary forbidden skill scrolls. After dealing with these legendary forbidden skill scrolls, Nia Li smiled. Even if it was a legendary powerhouse, if he did not have his guard up against Nia Li could also make the other party suffer. After putting away the legendary forbidden spell scrolls, Nia Li continued to observe the 3 flying daggers. The inscription patterns on it are indeed very old, at least 10,000 years ago. Nia Li thought to himself. He injected a trace of soul force into the flying dagger. Soon the patterns on the flying dagger lit up bit by bit. The flying dagger was constantly circulating with power, bringing with it a blazing flame. The power contained in the flying dagger was already stimulated by him. 2 ancient words slowly appeared on the flying dagger. Scarlet flame. Nia Li was still able to recognize these 2 ancient words. After all, the divine continent's language had been passed down for a long time. Even if there were some words that Nia Li had not seen before, he could still recognize the general meaning. These 3 flying daggers are called Scarlet Flame flying daggers. Nia Li injected his soul force into the remaining 2 flying daggers. Scarlet Frost, Scarlet Void. Nia Li knew the names of the remaining 2 flying daggers. It turned out that each of the flying daggers had a different name. The Scarlet Flame flying dagger contained a very hot fire attribute energy. The Scarlet Frost flying dagger was filled with a cold frost energy. As for the Scarlet Void, it was the most mysterious. After it was stimulated, its entire body was shrouded in a faintly discernible black smoke. These 3 flying daggers have different attributes. I wonder which master forged them. Nia Li inwardly thought to himself. Within the legend rank realm, these 3 flying daggers can definitely be considered as treasures. They were different from the Thunder God's meteorite sword. The Thunder God's meteorite sword didn't belong to this world. As for these 3 flying daggers, they should be forged by the experts of this world. Currently, Nia Li could only display less than a 10,000th of the Thunder God's meteorite sword's power. However, Nia Li could display at least 60% of the power of these 3 flying daggers. Finally, I have something to rely on, Nia Li inwardly thought to himself. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the Heavenly God cultivation technique. The 3 flying daggers floated around Nia Li. The aura they emitted was getting closer and closer to Nia Li's aura. Time passed day by day. Nia Li's cultivation had already stabilized at 1-star gold rank. He continued to absorb the soul force from the blood crystal and continued to refine it, slowly charging towards 2-star gold rank. As for Duan Jian, he lived next door to Nia Li. He was also concentrating on his cultivation. Every time he finished cultivating, he would open his eyes. After sensing Nia Li's aura, he would close his eyes and continue cultivating. With the stimulation from the dragon blood, the blood crystal, and the soul tempering pellet, his cultivation speed has greatly increased. He's about to reach black gold rank soon. With the strength of Duan Jian's physique, even a legend rank expert would have to spend some effort to kill him. If his cultivation reached black gold rank, he would be able to threaten a legend rank expert. All of this was given to him by Nia Li. In Duan Jian's life, there are only 2 things. The first is to take revenge, and the second is to repay Nia Li's kindness. With his sharp soul force, Nia Li could sense Duan Jian's every move. To Nia Li, if Duan Jian sincerely followed him, he would give Duan Jian a great opportunity. If Duan Jian left, Nieli wouldn't say anything. In his previous life, when he fought against the Holy Emperor and 6 deity rank demon beasts by himself, he died of exhaustion. This made Nieli understand a principle. Many times, even if you're strong, you won't be able to turn the tide in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, after his rebirth, Nieli understood one thing. That was to nurture his own team. Lu Piao and Daozit were his brothers from his previous life. Therefore, Nieli was very clear about their character. Therefore, Nieli trusted them. However, Duan Jian was, after all, a stranger that he had just saved. Therefore, Nieli still had his guard up. But from the looks of it, Duan Jian's loyalty wasn't a problem. If Duan Jian was willing to follow him wholeheartely, then Nieli would naturally nurture him well. If Duan Jian wanted to leave, Nieli wouldn't ask him to stay. Nieli's vision was profound. After experiencing 2 lives, Nieli gradually understood that the world that he knew in his previous life was only a small part of the huge world. The things that Kong Ming the Great had left behind made him guess what kind of existence Kong Ming the Great was. With a kind of reverence in his heart, he worked hard to raise his cultivation and strength. Time passed day by day. The people of the Abyss prison realm were still the same as before, struggling for survival every day. After meditating and cultivating for a few days, Nieli slowly opened his eyes. Tonight was the appointed time with Ning-Er and the others. It's time to pick up Ning-Er and the others. Nieli smiled and stood up. Nieli and Duan Jian walked out of the hotel together. As usual, the bustling streets were filled with people. Nieli and Duan Jian shuttled back and forth. After changing their appearances, they didn't attract anyone's attention. At this moment, the noisy scene in the distance attracted Nieli and Duan Jian's attention. "Old thing, how dare you take my things? I'll beat you to death." An angry roar sounded. A well-built man waved his fan-like palm towards an old man. Nieli fixed his eyes on the old man and saw that the old man's clothes were tattered. His hair was disheveled and he staggered as he walked. His eyes were lifeless and filled with confusion. The well-built man stretched out his hand to grab the old man's body. However, the old man moved sideways and the well-built man tripped. His whole body flew out and landed heavily on the ground. When the old man lifted his leg, he stomped on the well-built man's face again. "Ouch!" The well-built man screamed in pain. "Old thing, I'm going to kill you!" However, after stepping on the well-built man, the old man continued to stagger forward. The well-built man crawled up and prepared to pounce on the old man. Immediately, a few young men supported the well-built man. "Boss, this old man is not simple. He might be an expert. Let's ignore him." The well-built man also seemed to have some doubts. He slightly nodded and spat out a mouthful of blood-stained muddy water. He could only admit that he was unlucky. The old man staggered past Nieli. Nieli keenly sensed a terrifying aura. That murderous aura seemed to have pierced through all the pores in his body, causing Nieli's heart to tremble. Such a strong murderous aura. Nieli's heart trembled slightly. Perhaps one must kill at least 1,000,000 living beings to be able to condense such a terrifying, murderous aura. This old man's strength is probably at least legend rank or even higher. Even Sikong Yi is not on the same level as this old man. As if sensing something, the old man glanced at Nieli. With just one glance, all the hair on Nieli's body stood up. He secretly complained in his heart. With his current strength, if this old man made a move, he would definitely die. Nieli can only try his best to restrain his aura to avoid attracting the old man's attention. The old man only glanced at Nieli before withdrawing his gaze. He staggered forward while muttering to himself. "Infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. Ha ha ha." After saying that, the old man laughed crazily and gradually disappeared into the crowd. Hearing the old man's words, Nya Li's heart trembled with fear. However, his face did not show any expression as he calmly walked. This old man, could it be that he is one of the inheritors of Kong Ming the Great? If the other party knew that he is also one of the inheritors, he is dead meat. Chapter 153. Uncle, you must be joking. Uncle must be joking. How could I be worthy of Sister Hongyue? Nya Li said with a faint smile. His mind was thinking quickly. Now that the Stone of Light was in the hands of that old fox, Sikong, he would definitely not hand it over easily. How could he make Sikong lower his guard? Nephew, you don't have to be so modest. Although your cultivation is not as good as Hongyue's, just based on your alchemy skills, you are worthy of Hongyue. Sikong said with a laugh. This old thing was not done yet. Nya Li couldn't help but curse in his heart. However, he still smiled and said, Uncle, you can indeed send people to gather the herbs. However, the outside world is filled with demon beasts. It's very dangerous. I'm afraid that they won't know where to gather the herbs. If they don't return, Sikong frowned his brows and said, How about this? Nephew, follow my men to gather herbs. This trip is filled with danger, so I'll send some experts to accompany you. As for your friends, they'll stay here for now. How about this? Sikong this old fella is really ruthless. He wants to keep Ninger and the others here as hostages. Nya Li smiled and said, That's fine. May I know who Senior is going to send to escort me out? In my territory, I'm the only one who has reached legend rank. There are also 2 black gold rank elders. However, their duties are very important and they can't leave. How is the outside world? Is it enough to send 5 gold rank to accompany you? Sikong was obviously afraid of the outside world. Uncle, you're worrying too much. 2 gold rank is enough. The outside world isn't as dangerous as Uncle imagined. Nya Li laughed. If it's only 2, I won't be at ease. I'll send 5 gold rank to accompany you. Sikong shook his head. How can he be at ease if it's only 2 gold rank? That's fine. However, I have a request. Nya Li said after a moment of silence. What's your request? Nephew, feel free to tell me. Sikong smiled. That's because many herbs are difficult to control. I'll bring Duan Jian with me to test the medicine, said Nya Li as he observed Sikong Yi's reaction. Sikong slightly frowned his brows for a moment. He couldn't understand why Nya Li would be so interested in Duan Jian, causing him to have his guard up in his heart. However, in the recent period of time, Duan Jian's miserable shrieks made him believe that Nya Li was indeed testing medicine. Furthermore, a Duan Jian is only a 3-star gold rank. It's impossible for him to create any waves. Sure, then you can take Duan Jian with you. Sikong smiled faintly. Get ready and leave tomorrow. I'll ask my men to bring the stones of light and go with you. In order to avoid trouble, Sikong decided to act as soon as possible. Okay. Nya Li nodded his head. He already had a clear idea in his heart. He can leave any time. Sikong narrowed his eyes. Putting all of Nya Li's friends here, especially when there's a beautiful lady among them. He doesn't believe that Nya Li won't return. Nya Li and Sikong chatted, wanting to obtain the stones of light from Sikong just in case. However, every time Sikong talked about the stones of light, he would change the topic and had no intention of giving the stones of light to Nya Li. Nya Li? You Iwa Huang Jade Brand. Looking for Lu Hua to snatch the oxen? Hongyue, do you think that Lei Zhuo will play any tricks? Sikong Yi's eyes flashed with a chilling light. Even if Lei Zhuo will play some tricks, he's a soft-hearted person. As long as we detain his friends here, we won't have to worry about him not returning. Sikong Hongyue said, thinking back to Nya Li's actions in the blood crystal mine. She couldn't help sneering in disdain. Towards a strange youth, he's already like this, not to mention a friend that he's been with day and night. That's good. Sikong felt relieved and laughed. If our silver-winged family's illness can be cured, why would the other families be afraid? Wait until I've unified all the families here. Then I'll go to the outside world to take a look. Although Sikong Yi is afraid of the outside world, this world is forever shrouded in darkness. Food is scarce, and they're being attacked by demon beasts every day. If he can go to the outside world, he still wants to give it a try. Courtyard. You guys stay here. We've agreed to make our move 10 days from now. Once I make my move, you guys will run along this route. Nya Li spread out a map and said to Xiao Ninger, Dowsit, and Bunch. This map was drawn by Nya Li after he returned. He has already figured out the situation of the silver-winged family. Xiao Ninger, Dowsit, and Bunch drew a map each and silently read it in their hearts. This time, the silver-winged family will definitely be turned upside down. Nya Li said, smiling. Everything has been arranged properly. Hearing Nya Li's words, Duan Jian, who was quietly cultivating in the corner, had a trace of strange light emitted from his eyes. He has been waiting for this day of revenge for a long time. A night without words. The next morning, 5 gold-rank experts arrived at the courtyard of Nya Li and Bunch. Young Master Lei, it's time for us to leave. The leader, a 5-star gold-rank expert, said in a slightly humble tone. His gaze swept at Duan Jian, who was paralyzed in the corner, from the corner of his eyes. His eyes flashed with a trace of disdain, and he smiled. My name is Sikong Ju. I'm responsible for young Master Lei's safety. Nya Li looked at Sikong Ju and asked, Did you guys bring the stones of light? I did. Young Master Lei, please have a look. Sikong Ju took out the stones of light, spread his hand, and smiled. I brought a total of 50 of them. They're all in my interspatial ring. Nya Li took a glance at the stones in Sikong Ju's hand. They are indeed the stones of light. Nya Li stretched his hand out, wanting to take it. However, Sikong Ju's right hand clenched and took it back, smiling. Young Master Lei, let's go. Sikong Yi, that old bastard, must have instructed Sikong Ju not to give the stones of light to Nya Li. Nya Li didn't mind and said, Since it's like this, let's go. Nya Li, be careful. Dowsit, Lu Piao, and Bunch said. Xiao Ning silently looked at Nya Li, her eyes filled with worry. You guys don't have to worry about me. Just stay here and cultivate. Wait for me to return. Nya Li laughed. Sikong Ju walked to Duan Jian's side, ruthlessly kicked Duan Jian, and coldly snorted. Little bastard, get up! Duan Jian raised his head and stared at Sikong Ju with hatred in his eyes. If he were to suddenly make a move now, with his current physical strength, Sikong Ju would undoubtedly die. Little bastard, you still dare to glare at me? Sikong Ju stepped on Duan Jian's face, ruthlessly stomping Duan Jian's head on the ground. Then he used all his strength to grind it. Your mother, that slut, has no sense of shame. She actually seduced someone from another clan and gave birth to a little bastard like you. You're lucky to be able to live until now. Duan Jian clenched his teeth as flames of fury burst out from his eyes. Nya Li secretly cursed in his heart. If Duan Jian were to make a move now, then all his previous arrangements would be for naught. Nya Li took a step forward and said, Brother, why are you so angry? For such a person, there's no need. I still want to use him to test medicine. If brother injures him, I still have to use medicinal pills to treat his injuries. Nya Li stuffed a few medicinal pills into Sikong Ju's hands. Sikong Ju lowered his head and took a glance, then quietly kept them. He coldly snorted and said, You better behave yourself along the way. If you dare to play any tricks, I'll skin you alive. Sikong Ju spat a mouthful of saliva at Duan Jian, then retracted his foot. Duan Jian quietly sat up and did not say anything. Nya Li couldn't help admiring Duan Jian in his heart. He never thought that Duan Jian would be able to endure this. As long as he can get past the hurdle of the silver-winged family, Duan Jian's future will be limitless. After bidding farewell to Dowsit, Lu Piao, and the rest, Nya Li followed behind Sikong Ju and walked out of the courtyard. Duan Jian, who was tied up by the black gold chains, walked quietly. 2 gold-ranked powerhouses followed behind him, one on the left and one on the right. On the treetop palace far away, Sikong Yi and Sikong Hongyue quietly stood, watching Nieli and the rest leave the silver-winged family's territory, disappearing into the dark wilderness. If Lei Zhuo returns with the antidote, I'll immediately kill Duan Jian. If Duan Jian isn't killed, I won't be able to rest in peace. Sikong Yi retracted his gaze and sighed. As a legend rank expert, he actually has his guard up against a gold rank. This caused Sikong Hongyue, who was beside him, to be a little surprised. When Lei Zhuo returns, I'll personally help father get rid of this person. Sikong Hongyue's eyes flashed with a ray of chilling light. In the endless wilderness, a group of 6 people walked. 2 gold rank experts were responsible for killing the scarlet ghosts that they encountered along the way, while the other 4 unhurriedly walked into the depths of the wilderness. The dark wilderness was terrifyingly quiet. Even Sikong Ju didn't dare to have the slightest bit of relaxation. He clearly knows that this place is filled with dangers. They can encounter unimaginable dangers at any time. Creak! The sharp cries of the scarlet ghosts echoed in the wilderness. Although they were constantly being killed, the number of scarlet ghosts was still increasing. These damn things are really hateful. Sikong Ju coldly snorted, feeling a little annoyed. Originally, he could have stayed in his safe territory and rolled the sheets with the beautiful girls in his family. But now he has to come to this damned place. This really makes him angry. It's all Lei Zhuo's fault. If we don't think of a way to get rid of them, there will still be more and more of them, said a 3-star gold rank expert. Nie, Li, and Duan Jian looked at each other. Since the 2 of them don't need to take action, they're happy to be idle at the side. Damn it! An intense battle broke out. Boom, boom, boom. Sikong Ju and the rest unleashed their soul force to the limit, constantly killing the scarlet ghosts. Several hours later, the ground was already in a mess. The corpses of the scarlet ghosts were everywhere. Sikong Ju and the rest were also panting from exhaustion. Nia Li leaned on a huge rock at the side, appearing to be at ease. That expression made Sikong Ju and the rest extremely angry. Chapter 154. Father, are we just going to let it go? Sikong Hongyue asked, frowning her brows. Let it go? Sooner or later, I'll settle this score with that brat. He must have escaped towards the wilderness. I'll bring some men to chase after him. You find the other elders and guard the territory. My silver-winged family has suddenly suffered a heavy blow. Those hostile families will definitely make a move. If I can't catch up to that brat in 3 hours, I'll immediately rush back. Sikong Yi solemnly said, Yes, father. Sikong Hongyue nodded her head. Sikong Yi turned into a shooting star as he flew towards the direction of the wilderness. Sikong Hongyue went to look for the other elders. At this moment, at the edge of the silver-winged family's territory in a hidden tree hole, Nieli, why aren't we leaving? Lu Piao curiously looked at Nieli and asked. Sikong Yi, that old bastard, must have thought that we ran towards the wilderness. The wilderness is flat. There's no way to hide. It's too easy to be caught. Therefore, we'll do the opposite and hide in the forest. Today's matter is enough to make the silver-winged family busy. The silver-winged family has suffered such heavy losses. Those hostile families will definitely not wait for the silver-winged family to slowly recover and will definitely take action. At that time, the silver-winged family won't be able to take care of themselves. It won't be too late for us to leave. Nieli said, smiling. That old bastard, Sikong Yi, is unlucky to have provoked you. Daozit said, smiling. Shao Ning. I looked at Nia Li's side profile, the corner of her mouth slightly pursed into a smile. Compared to others, Nia Li is always so different. In such a huge silver-winged family, Nia Li can simply come and go as he pleases. Nia Li seemed to have sensed something and looked towards Xiao Ning-er's direction. When their eyes met, Xiao Ning-er immediately lowered her head. Her cheeks were slightly hot and a smear of red rose. Nia Li rubbed his nose awkwardly. Suddenly, Nia Li thought of something and said, "You guys stay here first. I'll go out for a while." "Nia Li, what are you going to do?" Xiao Ning-er immediately asked with concern. Nia Li looked in the direction of the mine in the distance. Although it was indeed a little dangerous to go out now, Nia Li still decided to lend a hand when he thought of the child's tearful and determined eyes. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. You must be careful. Do not leave any traces," Nia Li said with a smile. Then he leaped into the darkness in the distance. Duan Jian glanced at Nia Li's back figure and couldn't help frowning his brows. Nia Li didn't say what he was going to do, but Duan Jian felt a little uneasy in his heart. The silver-winged family's mine is usually heavily guarded, with many people coming and going. In addition, the miners in the mine are all innocent people. Therefore, Nia Li did not place any flame explosion inscription patterns around the mine. When the silver-winged family was being ravaged by the flame explosion inscription patterns, this place was still safe and sound. However, the situation that happened in the silver-winged family caused this place to be in chaos. The slaves that were mining here were stirred up and wanted to attack the guards of the silver-winged family. "Whoever dares to move will be killed without mercy." Sikong Sho raised his sword and slashed down. The sword aura that was slashed out swept towards 6 miners. Blood splattered everywhere as the 6 miners unwillingly fell onto the ground. The rest of the miners that were about to riot had fear flashing across their eyes as they retreated. Sikong Sho is a gold rank expert. They're not his opponent. Sikong Sho coldly snorted. "A bunch of trash. You still dare to rebel?" Sikong Sho's eyes were filled with bloodlust and killing intent. The guards raised their swords, ready to take action at any time. After intimidating the miners, Sikong Sho raised his head and looked towards the direction of the treetop palace. His eyes flashed with a trace of panic. He has no idea what's going on. Could it be that a powerful enemy has arrived in the family's territory? If it's a powerful enemy, then the enemy is too powerful. Even the treetop palace was destroyed. If the silver-winged family is really defeated, then the rest of them won't have an easy time in the future. The miners' emotions surged. Many of their eyes that were originally filled with despair were now filled with a trace of light. If the silver-winged family is destroyed, then they might be able to regain their freedom. At this moment, Nia Li has already reached the edge of the mine. He's hiding on top of a tree, investigating the situation in the mine. There's a total of over 200 people. Among them, there are over 10 gold rank and the rest are silver rank. There's also a sentry tower over there. It should be the core area. Nia Li thought in his heart, all the miners here have been marked with the slave imprint. The caster should be an inscriptionist. Generally, an inscriptionist can't be more than a few miles away from a slave imprint. Otherwise, the slave imprint will explode and die. Therefore, the inscriptionist that casts the spell is most likely in the sentry tower. If he wants to release the miners from the slave imprint, then he has to kill the inscriptionist that cast the spell. After thinking for a while, Nia Li merged with the shadow devil demon spirit and headed towards the sentry tower far away. The towering sentry tower is over 10 meters tall. There are many guards standing around it. It's heavily guarded. At this moment, the guards were discussing among themselves. After all, the silver-winged family's territory being attacked is a huge matter. It's impossible for their state of mind to not be affected. Just when their attention was diverted, Nia Li activated his void form combat skill and slowly sneaked in. The leading gold rank expert raised his sword and coldly barked, "Who's there?" The other silver rank guards also raised their swords and looked ahead, ready to fight at any time. However, the area in front of them was empty. There was no one there. Could it be my misconception? The gold rank expert muttered to himself. Maybe he's being too paranoid. After the silver-winged family's territory was attacked, his mind was in a completely tense state. At this moment, Nyali has already brushed past him and slipped into the sentry tower. If Nyali were to make a move, he'd probably be dead by now. Inside the sentry tower, there's a spiral staircase that leads to the top. There are many guards standing on the staircase, but they're only silver rank. Hiding beside one of the guards, the moment he appeared, Nyat Li's sickle-like forelimb quietly slashed across the guard's neck. The guard let out a groan and leaned against the wall, motionless. Nyat Li concealed his tracks and dealt with the guards one by one. Following the spiral staircase, he arrived at the entrance of the pavilion at the top. Slightly stretching his head out, he saw 3 gold rank experts sitting cross-legged, discussing something. The silver-winged family has suffered such a huge attack. I'm afraid they won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Big brother, what do we plan to do next? As inscriptionists, no matter which family we go to, we won't be starving. Just wait and see. If the silver-winged family is defeated, we'll find another employer. The leading middle-aged man snorted. The remaining 2 gold rank experts also slightly nodded their heads. They never thought that the other party would have 3 inscriptionists, and all of them are gold rank experts. This pavilion is filled with all sorts of mysterious inscription patterns. Surges of bizarre energy are circulating on top of them. Protection inscription patterns. These 3 fellows really lack a sense of security. They made this pavilion look like a tortoise shell. With these inscription patterns, even if it's a black gold rank expert, they wouldn't be able to easily attack the sentry tower from the outside. Furthermore, these 3 inscription masters have also carved some scouting inscription patterns. They're able to know everything that's happening outside. Once the outside is attacked, the 3 inscriptionists can immediately seal the entrance. As long as it's not a legend rank expert, the 3 of them will definitely be safe. Nyali sneaked up, therefore. The 3 inscriptionists weren't prepared. If I didn't sneak up, even I wouldn't be able to do anything to you guys in a short period of time. Nyali thought to himself. He rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. He revealed a smile. You guys carved slave imprints on so many miners. As inscriptionists, you guys are simply devoid of conscience. You guys shouldn't have met me. If it's someone else, facing a tortoise shell-like pavilion that's easy to defend and 3 gold rank experts, they probably wouldn't be able to come up with a good idea in a short period of time. However, Nyali is different. Even if these 3 inscriptionists laid down so many defensive inscription patterns, Nyali can still break them. Nyali used demon beast blood to write at the bottom of the pavilion. He laid down dozens of flame explosion inscription patterns at the bottom of the pavilion. These dozens of flame explosion inscription patterns aren't enough to break through this tortoise shell. However, the biggest weakness of this tortoise shell is that it can't withstand attacks from the inside. Nyali lightly smiled and stored the shadow devil demon spirit. He let out a low roar and merged with the fanged panda demon spirit. The 3 inscriptionists suddenly sensed something and coldly barked. Who? They've been discovered, but it's too late. The corner of Nya Li's mouth slightly smiled. The fanged panda demon spirit opened its mouth and spat out a black and a white light ball towards the pavilion. Quickly seal the entrance. Seal the entrance. The 3 inscriptionists hurriedly activated the protection inscription patterns, wanting to seal the entrance of the pavilion as well. At the entrance of the pavilion, a faint light screen rose up. Seeing that the entrance was about to be sealed, the black and white light balls flew into the narrow entrance. Seeing this scene, Nya Li's mouth revealed a trace of a smile and lightly said, "Goodbye." After saying that, Nya Li jumped down from the window of the sentry tower. When the 3 inscriptionists saw the black and white light balls flying in, they immediately revealed a frightened expression. Quickly use the sealing inscription patterns. Seal them. The 3 inscription masters were instantly flustered. The black and white balls of light collided with each other and exploded with a bang, causing the entire pavilion to shake. Shrill screams came from within the pavilion. Before the sound stopped, dozens of explosions could be heard from the bottom of the pavilion. The entire pavilion was blasted into the sky, flying thousands of meters into the sky. Like a huge firework, it exploded into pieces with a bang. Chapter 155. What a huge firework! Nya Li looked up at the sky and sighed in his heart. He first used a yin-yang blast to create a crack on the sealed protection inscription patterns, then used dozens of flame explosion inscription patterns to send the entire pavilion into the sky. At this time, the guards around the sentry tower were all stunned. When they looked back, they saw that only half of the sentry tower was left standing alone in the darkness. When they looked up again, they saw that the pavilion was like a cannonball that flew into the sky. The tail was still spewing blazing flames, and then it exploded into pieces in the sky. Countless fragments fell down like a rain of petals. What's going on? Before they could even react, the pavilion at the top of the sentry tower flew into the sky. At this moment, many of the guards of the silver-winged family showed panic on their faces. They have no idea what to do. Sikong Shou, who was leading the group, was also dumbfounded. When the miners saw this scene, they were slightly stunned for a moment before bursting into cheers. The 3 inscription masters were killed, which means that the seals on their bodies have all been removed. Many of these people that were captured as slaves have the cultivation of silver rank or even gold rank. In addition to the blood crystal ores that they were harvesting, many of them have been using the blood crystal ores to secretly train, trying to break the seal. The seals of the 3 inscription masters suppressed their cultivation, causing them to be at the mercy of others. But now that the seals have been removed, their cultivation has suddenly recovered. Our seals have been removed. Kill! The miners let out furious roars, like wild beasts that were released from their cages. They have been suppressed for too long, without freedom, without dignity. Every day, they had to constantly mine. Whenever they have a break, Sikong Shou's whip would swing and fall, ruthlessly lashing on their bodies. They've been enduring for so long, until this moment, when they finally burst out. Not good. The faces of Sikong Shou and the rest changed. Without the suppression of the 3 inscription masters, these sheep that were at the mercy of others instantly turned into ferocious tigers. There are tens of thousands of miners here, and many of them are silver rank and gold rank fighters. The miners were like a surging tide as they charged towards the guards of the silver-winged family. The miners didn't have any sharp weapons, so they waved their pickaxes and looked at the guards with anger and hatred. Piu. The guards killed a group of miners, but very quickly, even more miners charged up. They were not afraid of death and madly attacked the guards of the silver-winged family. A miner was slashed on the shoulder by a great sword. He forcefully withstood the attack and pounced on the miner like a beast, biting the miner's neck. The guard let out a mournful scream. Although these guards of the silver-winged family often fight with demon beasts, they're all extremely afraid of death. They're sent to guard the mine and aren't elites. When they saw the ferocious miners, their hearts trembled and many of them turned around to escape. Kill! Shouts of killing shook the sky. Sikong Shou continuously killed dozens of miners, but the surging tide of miners had already surrounded him. Usually he's the most ferocious and has killed the most people. Many of them were filled with hatred towards him and swarmed him, causing him to be flustered. He hurriedly wanted to look for help, but saw the guards behind him throwing away their armors and running away, hating their parents for not giving them an extra pair of legs. He had never thought that karma would come so quickly, that he would actually fall into such a plight and be besieged by this group of lowly slaves. At this moment, he fell into deep fear. However, he can only wave his sword and fight. He knows that if he stops, these miners will pounce on him and tear him into pieces. Many experts among the miners gathered towards Sikong Shou, swearing to kill him. Sikong Shou's 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. He was surrounded by the angry miners and fell to the ground, drowning in the torrent of anger. As the instigator, Nyali quickly disappeared into the darkness. No one noticed the existence of Nyali. Nyali searched the mine for a long time, but he couldn't find any traces of the child. All of the miners started to rebel. There were fights everywhere. The scene was in chaos. He's afraid that he won't be able to find the child. Nyali can only wish the child good luck. Just when the miners were wantonly attacking the guards, a group of experts clad in silver armor arrived. The one leading them was Sikong Hongyue. She was clad in silver armor and brandished the huge sword in her hand. Her eyes flashed with cold killing intent. A bunch of lowly slaves dare to be impudent in my silver-winged family's territory? You're simply courting death. Sikong Hongyue slashed down with her sword. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, dozens of people fell to the ground, forming a river of blood. Sikong Hongyue's cultivation is too strong. Occasionally, 1 or 2 gold rank experts would appear among the miners. However, they were quickly killed by Sikong Hongyue. A woman like a wolf and a tiger, Nyali, who was preparing to leave, paused his steps. The hands of Sikong Hongyue have been stained with too much blood. This woman deserves to die. Nyali sat on a tree branch, looking at Sikong Hongyue with a trace of a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Miss Hongyue, long time no see. It's you. When Sikong Hongyue saw Nyali, her gaze suddenly turned cold. She never thought that Nyali would still be in the silver-winged family's territory. It seems that all the chaos was caused by Nyali, since Miss Hongyue is so busy. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Nyali smiled, leaped up, and ran towards the forest. Sikong Hongyue looked at Nyali's back figure, then looked at the rioting miners. She gritted her teeth and chased after Nyali. She'll first capture the culprit, Nyali. If she lets Nyali escape this time, then she won't have the chance to do so again. However, Sikong Hongyue also understood that Nyali purposely lured her over. Therefore, she was extra careful. Whoosh! 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 2 figures flew through the forest, turning into afterimages. Very quickly, they reached the edge of the silver-winged family's territory. If they go any further, they'll be in the territory of another family. Stop right there. Sikong Hongyue furiously barked. The wings on her back suddenly flapped, and her speed increased by several folds. She turned into a bolt of lightning. The heavy sword in her hand suddenly turned into blazing flames, slashing down towards Nyali. Seeing that the sharp sword in Sikong Hongyue's hand was about to slash down, Nyali suddenly turned around. The Thunder God's meteorite sword was already in his hand. Boom! Lightning and flames collided. A powerful shockwave shot out in all directions. Borrowing the force of the collision, Nyali flew dozens of meters back and stood on a tree trunk. Sikong Hongyue's speed slowed down and landed on an empty space under the tree. What's going on? Why is this kid's strength so strong? Sikong Hongyue was shocked in her heart. The move that Nyali used to exchange with her earlier was at least close to her strength. She always thought that Nyali was only a silver rank. She never thought that he would actually reach gold rank. Why is Miss Hongyue being so fierce? You're just a lady, yet you're shouting about killing for no reason. Be careful that you won't be able to get married. Nyali leaned on the tree trunk. He suddenly felt another aura coming towards him. The corner of his mouth couldn't help smiling. You kid, I've indeed misjudged you. I never thought that your cultivation would actually reach gold rank. However, since you've met me, you'll still die here today. Sikong Hongyue's right hand condensed. Her fingers slowly stroked the body of the sword. Her entire body was enveloped in blazing flames, and her cultivation instantly increased by 2 to 3 folds. Low rank scarlet flame body refining technique? It's indeed Not bad to be able to cultivate to this level. Nya Li smiled faintly. However, I'm not your opponent. Hearing Nya Li's words, Sikong Hongyue's eyebrows twitched. With a loud bang, a figure landed in front of Sikong Hongyue. This person was the same as Sikong Hongyue, with a pair of wings. However, the difference between this person and Sikong Hongyue was that this pair of wings was much larger and had a black gold luster. Seeing this person in front of her, Sikong Hongyue's pupils contracted. She said coldly, "It's you, Duan Jian." "That's right, it's me." Duan Jian's voice was hoarse, but it was filled with cold killing intent. He would never forget this woman in front of him. This woman was one of the culprits who forced his parents to their deaths. Sikong Hongyue could feel a terrifying aura coming from Duan Jian. This aura had completely suppressed her, causing her to involuntarily feel a trace of fear in her heart. This feeling was unprecedented. It was only then that she understood that Duan Jian was probably no longer the same as before. Sikong Hongyue pointed at Nya Li, who was on the tree branch, and scolded. "That day, we shouldn't have listened to you, you ungrateful person. My father and daughter trusted you so much, and this is how you repay us?" Hearing Sikong Hongyue's words, Nya Li sneered. "Sikong Hongyue, let me ask you, what kind of gratitude did you and your daughter have for me? You and your daughter merely wanted to obtain the prescription to cure your family's illness from me. Trust? If you trusted me, then you wouldn't have detained my friend. I have no grudges with your silver-winged family, but you should look for the victim's family to talk to." Duan Jian's eyes emitted a red glow, like a wild beast that was about to go berserk. "Sikong Hongyue, you and your daughter forced my parents to their deaths and imprisoned me, causing me to suffer humiliation. Today, I will take my revenge. After killing you, I will look for that old bastard, Sikong Yi, to settle the debt." Duan Jian waved the black flame sword in his hand and slashed towards Sikong Hongyue. "Humph, Duan Jian, your mother doesn't know shame. She seduced someone from another clan. Her death is letting her off lightly. A woman like her should be stripped naked and paraded through the streets." Sikong Hongyue viciously said as she dodged. "Humiliating my mother, I want you dead." Duan Jian was even more furious. The black flame sword continued to slash towards Sikong Hongyue. However, when Duan Jian was slashing, he didn't have any technique. Sikong Hongyue couldn't help sneering in her heart. "You want to kill me with just this little bit of ability?" The reason why she constantly used words to provoke Duan Jian is to disturb Duan Jian's state of mind. Boom! Taking advantage of the flaw in Duan Jian's swordplay, Sikong Hongyue's heavy sword slashed towards Duan Jian's chest. Chapter 156. Just when Sikong Hongyue's heavy sword slashed down on Duan Jian's body, Duan Jian's eyes emitted a trace of chilling light. For so many years, no matter how much humiliation he suffered, he had endured silently. He had waited for so long just for this moment of revenge. So how could he allow Sikong Hongyue to disturb his state of mind? Although his cultivation is stronger than Sikong Hongyue's, if he wants to deal with Sikong Hongyue, he'll probably have to fight for a long time. This is the territory of the silver-winged family. Once the silver-winged family's reinforcements arrive, they'll be in trouble. He has to end this battle quickly. Therefore, Duan Jian purposely revealed a flaw to Sikong Hongyue. When Sikong Hongyue's heavy sword slashed down on his body, Duan Jian suddenly grabbed onto Sikong Hongyue's heavy sword with his left hand and slashed towards Sikong Hongyue's neck. Sikong Hongyue's pupils suddenly contracted. She never thought that after being slashed by her sword, Duan Jian would be fine and immediately launch such a fierce counterattack. At the moment of imminent peril, she hurriedly abandoned her sword and dodged to the back, barely dodging Duan Jian's attack. Duan Jian suddenly lashed out with his leg, kicking Sikong Hongyue's lower abdomen. Sikong Hongyue's entire body was sent flying, and with a bang, she heavily crashed into a distant tree. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of her mouth. That kick caused her to suffer heavy injuries. If it wasn't for the silver armor protecting her body, that kick would have been enough to cripple her. Nia Li watched the battle. Although Duan Jian's combat skills aren't proficient enough, he knows his own advantages. He used his powerful physical body to withstand the attack and ruthlessly attacked Sikong Hongyue, quickly ending the battle. Sikong Hongyue, prepare to die! Duan Jian shouted coldly as he swung his sharp sword towards Sikong Hongyue. In the face of his enemy, he did not stop at all. He wanted to kill Sikong Hongyue directly. Just as Duan Jian flew up, Nia Li suddenly felt 3 auras pouncing towards Duan Jian. A cold light flashed through his eyes. 3 black, gold, rank experts. Whoosh! With a loud sound, the scarlet flame flying dagger in Nia Li's hand suddenly shot out and shot towards one of the figures. With Nia Li's current ability, he could only control one of the flying daggers, and at present, only the scarlet flame flying dagger could be controlled more smoothly. Bang! 2 violent energies bombarded onto Duan Jian's body, causing Duan Jian's entire body to fly out. He staggered a few steps back before coming to a stop. However, due to his powerful physical body, even a black gold rank expert couldn't directly kill Duan Jian. Almost at the same time, a miserable shriek suddenly came from the side. A figure flew out and was nailed onto the trunk of a large tree. Impressively, it was another black gold rank expert. When that black gold rank expert pounced towards Duan Jian, he was hit in the chest by Nia Li's scarlet flame flying dagger, which had silently passed through the thicket and was directly nailed to the tree trunk. With Nia Li's strength, he still wasn't a match for a black gold rank expert. However, if he was caught off guard and used the scarlet flame flying dagger, even a black gold rank expert would die in one hit. With Nia Li's sole force, the scarlet flame flying dagger flew back to his hand. Looking back at this scene, the eyes of the 2 black gold rank experts were filled with deep fear. They looked at Nia Li, who was standing on the tree trunk with the dagger in his hand, and immediately shouted, "Let's go!" The 2 black gold rank experts carried Sikong Hongyue and flew towards the distant forest. Duan Jian held onto his chest and was about to give chase. However, Nia Li calmly said, "Come back, there's no need to chase. We won't be able to catch up. We have to leave quickly. Otherwise, when that old bastard Sikong comes, we won't be able to leave." After finishing his words, Nia Li flew away. He actually let that Sikong Hongyue escape. Duan Jian let out a long breath of resentment, turned around and followed Nia Li, flying away. Nia Li doesn't intend to interfere too much with the matters of the silver-winged family. It's best to let Duan Jian handle it himself. Duan Jian carries a blood feud with him. If he doesn't take revenge with his own hands, it might leave behind an obsession in the future, which will be detrimental to his cultivation. After experiencing his previous life, Nia Li understands that there are some things that he has to do himself and can't let others do it for him. Today, the silver-winged family has been tossed around miserably. They probably won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Furthermore, Nia Li used the flying dagger to kill a black gold rank expert of the silver-winged family. He's afraid that they won't dare to send any more underlings to chase after him. Nia Li and Duan Jian found Xiaoninger, Daozit, and Bunch. The group of them used cloud mud to disguise themselves and quickly left, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Sikong chased after them for several hours in the wasteland, but he couldn't find Nia Li and Bunch. Helplessly, he could only return. When he found out that while he was searching for Nia Li and Bunch were still causing trouble in the silver-winged family's territory and even killed a black gold rank expert, it made Sikong furious. Looking at the corpse of the black gold rank expert, Sikong angrily punched the huge tree beside him, shattering it into pieces. Lei Zhua, this enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Sooner or later, I'll find you and tear you into pieces. Sikong furiously roared. Lord Father, aside from Leijua, there's also Duan Jian. Right now, Duan Jian already possesses a physical body that's not inferior to a black gold rank expert. Even I'm not his opponent. Sikong Hongyue held onto her chest and said with lingering fear in her heart, if it wasn't for the elders of her family helping her, she would have died in the hands of Duan Jian. Duan Jian! Sikong was extremely furious. If he knew this would happen, he would have killed Duan Jian earlier. But now, Duan Jian has become a thorn in his eyes, causing him to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. Nye, Li, and Bunch stayed in the mountains for over 10 days, observing the situation of the various families in the Abyss prison realm. When Nye Li found out that several families had launched an attack on the Silver-Winged family at the same time, the Silver-Winged family was exhausted and did not send anyone to chase after them, he felt relieved. It's time to leave. It's been a long time since they left Glory City. It's about time for them to return. However, Nye Li has gathered a lot of information in the Abyss prison realm. Nye Li suddenly thought of something. In his previous life, the Dark Guild led the Demon Beast Horde to destroy Glory City. However, it seemed to be a thankless task. The Dark Guild has been hiding in the Saint Ancestral Mountains, isolated and without any help. Their living situation is definitely much more dangerous than Glory City. Until later on, when Lord Yemo activated the Ancient Array, the Dark Guild couldn't wait to launch an all-out attack. Furthermore, they joined hands with the Sacred Family to assassinate Yemo. Before this, Nye Li couldn't understand what the Dark Guild would do if Glory City was destroyed. Aren't they afraid of being destroyed by the demon beasts? Now he finally understood. In his previous life, after Glory City was destroyed, there's a high possibility that the Dark Guild entered the Abyss prison realm. After all, the Abyss prison realm can be used to attack and defend. Furthermore, they can use the residents to expand their strength. However, when the demon beasts attacked in his previous life, why didn't Lord Yemo let everyone retreat into the Abyss prison realm? This is a mystery. Perhaps in Lord Yemo's view, the demon beast horde wasn't that scary. However, he never thought that he would be killed by the Sacred Family. In the wasteland, Nye Li and his group arrived near the ancient tablet and headed towards the teleportation array. Suddenly, a figure in front attracted Nye Li's attention. A dangerous aura assaulted him. Infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. An old man murmured. His clothes were tattered as he staggered in the wasteland. What is that old man singing? Why can't I understand anything? Lu Piao curiously asked. I don't know either. Nye Li shook his head. His palms were covered in cold sweat. His intuition told him that he was in danger. This old man actually appeared again. The other party is obviously one of the inheritors of Kong Ming the Great. If the other party knew of his identity, he would be in danger. However, what Nye Li doesn't understand is, if the other party is the inheritor of Kong Ming the Great, why would he reveal his identity? Isn't he afraid of being chased by the other inheritors? Could it be this old man wants to kill all of them? The old man passed by Nye Li and his group and laughed maniacally. His voice sounded as though he was crying. Infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. Ridiculous, ridiculous. The old man's turbid eyes swept across Nye Li's body, causing Nye Li to break out in cold sweat. Could it be that this old man discovered something? Just as Nye Li was secretly on guard and was ready to fight back, the old man suddenly cried and laughed crazily. Then he gradually walked away in a daze. Seeing that the old man was far away, Nye Li heaved a sigh of relief. That old man couldn't have lost his mind, right? He felt that the old man's mental state wasn't quite normal. However, the old man appeared in front of him twice and repeated those 2 sentences. What was his intention? As long as he didn't tell others, he should be safe for the time being because he also understood a trace of the profound meaning of infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. But even so, he still had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he encountered the other four inheritors, it would be a dead end. Along the way, Nya Li let Dowsit and Lu Piao capture a lot of scarlet ghosts and made a lot of blood explosion magic potions in his interspatial ring. These blood explosion magic potions might come in handy in the future. Teleportation array. Nya Li placed the stones of light on the stone pillars at the side. The stone pillars were lit up one after another, and a force of space kept distorting. We can finally go back. I don't feel comfortable here. Lu Piao stretched her body and said excitedly. She was the first to step into the teleportation array. The others also stepped into the teleportation array. Only Nya Li, Xiao Ninger, and Duan Jian were left. Duan Jian stared the dark night sky and the boundless mountains with a complicated expression. In this abyss prison realm, he once had his happiest childhood, but also his most painful memories. Furthermore, he still has enemies that he can't kill right now. Now that he was about to step out of this abyss prison realm, Duan Jian's mood was very complicated. He stared deeply. Everything here was like a knife cutting into his heart. The sentimental Xiao Ninger also felt the pain in Duan Jian's heart and sighed sadly. Duan Jian, if you want to stay, we won't stop you. After all, this is your hometown. Nya Li looked at Duan Jian and said. Duan Jian firmly shook his head and said, From the moment my parents died, Duan Jian's hometown was already gone. From then on, there was only a blood feud. It was Master who gave me a new life and gave me the hope of revenge. I am willing to follow Master. Finished speaking, Duan Jian stepped into the teleportation array. Nya Li sighed. Blood feud? In his previous life, didn't Nya Li also carry a blood feud and wander the world? He understood Duan Jian's mood and said to Xiao Ninger, Ninger, let's go. Chapter 157. Xiao Ning looked back at the Abyss Prison Realm. Although the Abyss Prison Realm is filled with danger, it's still a journey that she and Nya Li explored together. During that time, she almost died. It was Nya Li who disregarded everything and charged into the monster's mouth to save her. She will never forget all of this. It became a precious memory that was buried in the bottom of her heart. Sometimes, she even thought how good it would be to stay in the Abyss Prison Realm. No matter how dark and cold this world is, with Nya Li around, she can feel warmth and reliance. However, she sighed in her heart. This is only her beautiful imagination. Nya Li turned his head and looked at Xiao Ning, puzzled, and asked, Ning, what's wrong? Nothing. Xiao Ning shook her head. Her face was slightly red as she lowered her head and stepped into the teleportation array. Nya Li also stepped into the teleportation array. Glory City these days, the City Lord's Mansion's 10,000 demonic beast array has been completed. Whether it's Yi Xiao or Yi Zong, both of them were very excited in their hearts. With the activation of the 10,000 demonic beast array, Glory City will have an additional protective barrier. That brat Nya Li can be considered as a great hero of Glory City. The previous grudges will be written off, as long as he can contribute more to Glory City, even if I have to apologize to him. So what? Yi Zong said with a heroic spirit as he looked at the majestic 10,000 demonic beast array. He has already seen the power of the Tai Yi killing array and the divine lightning killing array. When the 8 killing arrays are linked together, forming the 10,000 demonic beast array, it's hard to imagine how powerful it will be. Ever since the day when the Abyss demons attacked the City Lord's Mansion, Nya Li had handed over the control of the divine thunder killing array and the Tai killing array to Yi Zong at the critical moment. Yi Zong's ill feelings towards Nya Li had already disappeared, and he even faintly liked this kid. Although Nya Li's way of doing things is a little casual, he's still meticulous within his roughness. At the same time, he has a deep sense of righteousness. Whether it's refining elixirs or arranging the 10,000 demonic beast array, he has made an immortal contribution to Glory City. In Yi Zong's heart, protecting Glory City is a righteous cause, Everything else is just a small matter. Of course, when it came to his daughter, he wouldn't give in so easily. Where did that brat, Niali, go? Why can't we find him after such a long time? Yi Zong frowned his brows. Niali and the rest have been missing for many days. Yi Xiao is also helpless. He has sent people to search many places, but they couldn't find any traces of Niali and the rest. He felt a little uneasy. Could it be that the Dark Guild, there's still no news to confirm that Niali was captured by the Dark Guild or something else? They can't be sure. At this moment, they realized how important Niali is to Glory City. If they knew this earlier, they would have sent more guards to Niali. A moment later, a follower hurriedly ran over. Reporting to City Lord, Lord Yi Xiao, Niali has returned and is currently in the City Lord's Hall. After hearing the follower's words, whether it's Yi Xiao or Yi Zong, a trace of joy flashed across their eyes. That brat is finally back. The doubts in their hearts were also dispelled. City, Lord's mansions, Hongnali, and the rest were a little bored. Yi Ziyun hurriedly walked in from the side door. When she saw Niali, the deep worry in her eyes finally dissipated. In this period of time, Niali seemed to have disappeared, filling her heart with uneasiness. Every day, she would be tossing and turning in bed. Even if she doesn't admit it, Niali has already become a very important person in her life. Sometimes, she would think of a problem. If Niali suddenly disappeared from her life, what would happen? Every time she thought of this problem, she couldn't help panicking in her heart. Although Niali was always so hateful and annoying, he also made her pale and monotonous life have an additional trace of color. She felt that she was being watched and protected. Until she saw Niali's appearance, her heart finally relaxed. Ziyun! Niali smiled as he greeted. For Yi Ziyun to rush here in such a hurry, could it be that she was worried about him and couldn't wait? Seeing Xiao Ning'er standing beside Niali, Yi Ziyun didn't know why, but her mood suddenly became a little depressed. She turned her head and walked back. There was suddenly no news from Niali for dozens of days. When he returned, he was together with Xiao Ning'er. Seeing this scene, Niali was slightly stunned for a moment. He hurriedly blocked in front of Yi Ziyun and said with a smile, "You came, and you want to leave without saying a word." "I came to the wrong place." Yi Ziyun pouted. She didn't want to admit that she rushed over because she was worried about Niali. Niali was grinning as he looked at Yi Ziyun. It's great to see her again. Yi Ziyun suddenly woke up. Why was she unhappy? Was it because Niali suddenly left without saying a word? Or was it because when Niali returned, he was together with Xiao Ning'er? Why would she have such an emotion? She couldn't help feeling confused in her heart. Came to the wrong place? Are you sure you're not here to find me? Niali said with a smile. He suddenly extended his hand and pulled Yi Ziyun's hand. He stuffed the blizzard spiritual pearl into Yi Ziyun's hand and walked towards Dowsett and the rest. This pearl is for you. My friends are all here. Let me introduce them to you. Yi Ziyun's cheeks were red. She hurriedly broke free from Niali's hand. With so many people watching, she was very embarrassed. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ning'er's eyes were slightly sad. Niali had told her a long time ago that Yi Ziyun was the most important person in his life. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would protect her. However, Xiao Ning'er was like a moth flying into a flame, choosing to stay by Niali's side. However, when she saw the close relationship between Niali and Yi Ziyun, she couldn't help but feel a throbbing pain in her heart. Xiao Ning'er and Yi Ziyun looked at each other. Both of them felt a little awkward and shifted their gazes. Lu Piao secretly gave Niali a thumbs up. Niali is really a role model for my generation. Whether it's Ning'er or Yi Ziyun, they're both goddesses. Yet, Niali is able to deal with them so easily. At this moment, Xiao Shui, who saw Lu Piao's little action, gave Lu Piao a knock on her head and glared at Lu Piao. Lu Piao immediately shrunk his head. If Xiao Shui was as gentle as Xiao Ning'er or Yi Ziyun, he would be satisfied. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh in his heart. We're all classmates. We already know each other. Daozit lightly smiled towards Yizun and said, "This is Xiao Shui, Lu Piao's fiancé." Although they're classmates, a few months ago, they were still unfamiliar with Yizun. It wasn't until Niali that they became a little more familiar with each other. Daozit, Lu Piao, Wei Nan, and the rest were laughing and chatting about what they've seen and heard in the Abyss prison realm. This caused a trace of curiosity to rise in Yi Ziyun's heart. She never thought that during this period of time, Niali and the rest would actually go to such a place. Since young, aside from the ancient Orchid City ruins, she hasn't been to any other places outside of Glory City. Therefore, she's filled with anticipation for the outside world. At this moment, Yi Zong and Yi Xiu walked into the hall. Seeing Yi Zong walking in, Yi Ziyun's face slightly changed. She's together with Niali. Will her father be unhappy if he sees it? Yi Zong's gaze fell onto Niali, then looked at Yi Ziyun beside him. His brows slightly frowned. Originally, he thought that all his grudges with Niali would be written off. However, seeing Yi Ziyun standing so close to Niali, he still felt a little unhappy. Even he was toyed around by Niali, not to mention the innocent Yuner. Yi Zong put on a stern face and coughed twice. "City Lord." "We greet the City Lord." Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch hurriedly bowed towards Yi Zong. They have never seen Yi Zong before. Seeing the majestic City Lord for the first time, it's unavoidable for them to be a little panicked. Niali slowly turned his head, smiled, and greeted, "Father-in-law, nice to meet you." Hearing Niali's words, Yi Zong nearly suffocated to death. Niali is not giving him any leeway and wants to make everything a reality. Niali called Yi Zong father-in-law in front of so many people. If this news were to spread, the Snow Wind family would be in a difficult position. If it was anyone else, Yi Zong would definitely give them a tight slap. However, facing Niali, Yi Zong felt powerless. He seems to have a lot of requests for Niali. He dryly coughed twice and shifted his gaze to the side. Hearing Niali greet Yi Zong in such a manner, Yi Ziyun's face turned red. She anxiously pulled the corner of Niali's clothes. She thought that Yi Zong would ruthlessly teach Niali a lesson. She never thought that Yi Zong would only cough twice and turn his head, pretending that he didn't hear anything. At this moment, even Yi Ziyun was dumbfounded. Not only was Yi Ziyun dumbfounded, everyone else was dumbfounded as well. Niali actually called Yi Zong father-in-law, and Yi Zong did not reject it. This is definitely explosive news. Could it be that the city lord really accepted Niali as his son-in-law? When Yi Zong came in, Duan Jian felt a powerful aura from Yi Zong. It turns out that this super powerhouse is the master's father-in-law. Duan Jian secretly remembered this in his heart. Xiaoning, Er's nose was slightly sour. She forcibly held back her tears. She didn't expect that Niali and Yi Ziyun had already developed to this extent. Even the city lord had agreed to it. Looking at Niali's back, there was a deep sense of loss and sadness in her heart. She knew that it was impossible, but she still tried. Maybe she and Niali are not fated. In Xiaoning, Oi's heart, she still has her stubbornness. She will continue to stay by Niali's side. Even if she doesn't marry for the rest of her life, she will quietly guard him until she grows old. Seeing Yi Zong's expression, Niali lightly smiled. Yi Zong has finally admitted defeat. Since that's the case, then Yi Zong is one of us from now on. Niali moved to Yi Zong's side, smiled, and said, "Father-in-law, when I came in, I realized that the 10,000 demonic beast array is already completed. I'll pass the control imprint to you now." Hearing Niali's words, Yi Zong's face was burning. This 10,000 demonic beast array is something that he exchanged for by selling his daughter. This is simply making him feel sad and full of tears. He doesn't want to say anything else. "Father-in-law, we've recently opened the ancient array at the city, Lord's Mansion. It turns out that the ancient array is connected to the Abyss prison realm. We've obtained quite a lot of good stuff from there. This is the refined blood crystal. I'm giving it to you. Nia Li grabbed a handful of blood crystal from his interspatial ring and stuffed it into Yi Zhong's hand. Blood crystal. Whether it's Yi Xiao or Yi Zhong, both of them were slightly stunned. This blood crystal is definitely a good thing. With the blood crystal, it can greatly increase one's cultivation. It can even help a black gold rank to charge into legend rank. Lord Yi Xiao, this is for you. Nia Li took another handful of blood crystal and stuffed it into Yi Xiao's hand. Giving out so many blood crystals in one go, he's simply a tyrant. Chapter 158. Yi Zhong dryly coughed. These blood crystals are like a hot potato in his hands. One must know that his daughter is watching from the side. If he were to accept these items, wouldn't that mean that he's acknowledging Nia Li as his son-in-law? Father-in-law, we're family, don't be courteous. Nia Li patted Yi Zhong's back like an old man. Yi Ziyun angrily glared at Nia Li. Her cheeks flushed red. Nia Li is simply too disrespectful towards her father. However, what she couldn't understand is that when Yi Zhong saw Nia Li, he couldn't wait to kill Nia Li. But since when did Nia Li become so familiar with Yi Zhong? He even called him father-in-law. Just how did Nia Li do it? Thinking of how Nia Li called him, Yi Ziyun was a little depressed. When did she agree to Nia Li? Yi Xiao unceremoniously accepted the blood crystals, looking very satisfied. Yi Xiao's position and influence in the Snowwind family is only second to Yi Mo and Yi Zhong. He has already accepted Nia Li in his heart. Nia Li is equivalent to a third of success. It can actually be done like this. This silver bullet attack is so fierce. Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch were dumbfounded as they looked at Nia Li. Since when did Nia Li become so familiar with the city lord? This is simply beyond their imagination. Could it be that Yi Zhong really agreed to marry Yi Ziyun to Nia Li? This doesn't make sense. To chase after a girlfriend, you have to start with a father-in-law. This move is too ruthless. Lu Piao's eyes slightly lit up. Seeing that Yi Zhong was still hesitating, Nia Li lowered his head and whispered in Yi Zhong's ear, "Father-in-law, we opened the ancient array this time and discovered a huge secret." What secret? Yi Zhong's curiosity was instantly piqued. This ancient array was left behind since ancient times. No one has ever opened the enchantment within it. He never thought that it would be opened by Nia Li. Just what is hidden within? About this, Nia Li looked at the blood crystals in Yi Zhong's hand and said, "Father-in-law, are you still treating me as an outsider and not willing to accept my blood crystals?" This is simply coercion and temptation. Yi Zhong thought about it. For Glory City, he has no choice but to accept this. He clenched his teeth, kept the blood crystals, and asked, "What is hidden inside the ancient array?" The ancient array is connected to the Abyss prison realm. Although there are many monsters, there are also 13 families that have a foothold in there. They have been passed down for thousands of years and have 3 legend rank experts. Nia Li said, telling Yi Zhong everything that he has seen and heard along the way. After Yi Zhong kept the things, Nia Li became a lot more generous and didn't hold back much. Abyss prison realm? 3 legend rank experts? Yi Zhong was stunned for a moment. Although he heard that the 3 legend rank experts are only fighters and not as strong as legend rank demon spiritualists, it's still very shocking news. However, the 13 families inside didn't seem to be as united as a piece of iron. Knowing this news, it's equivalent to Glory City having a place to attack and defend. For Glory City, this is simply too important. Right? Father-in-law, do you know of someone who calls himself the Demon Lord? Nia Li suddenly recalled the discovery he'd made in the ancient tablet and asked out of interest, "Demon Lord?" Whether it's Yi Zhong or Yi Xiao, both of their hearts trembled. "Where did you find the Demon Lord?" Yi Zhong asked. "I've only heard of it from others." Nia Li shrugged his shoulders. "The Demon Lord that you've heard of is not the same person as the Demon Lord that we know of. It's something that happened hundreds of years ago. There was a youth that was starving and cold. He was taken in by an old man and slowly grew up until he was 17 years old. At that time, there was a family called the Red Jade family in Glory City. It's a huge family that's only second to the Snow Wind family. They had dozens of black gold, rank demon spiritualists, and the strongest one was about to break through to legend rank. Yizong said with a little sadness, "Speaking of that, it really makes one sigh." At that time, Glory City was still a little chaotic. The members of the Red Jade family are used to being arrogant and despotic. That old man was an errand boy in the Red Jade family. Because he did something wrong, he was whipped to death by the members of the Red Jade family. That youth suddenly disappeared and no one was able to find him. Everyone thought that he was eliminated by the Red Jade family. However, no one thought that after 10 years, that youth would appear again. He was wearing a demonic mask and called himself the Demon Lord. He killed his way into the Red Jade family and started a crazy massacre. Fighting against an entire family all by himself? This person is really powerful. Dowsit, Lu Piao, and Bunch pricked up their ears to listen. What's the outcome of this matter? Nieli asked. The Red Jade family was slaughtered to the point that not a single person was left. Dozens of black gold rank experts, and one of them was in existence that's only second to legend rank. Yizong sighed and said, "I'm afraid that the Demon Lord has already reached legend rank." However, after slaughtering the Red Jade family, he suffered heavy injuries. His terrifying actions caused the other families to panic and rage. They started to send out many experts to hunt him down. It was a huge battle. In the end, the Demon Lord escaped into the Saint Ancestral Mountain. What happened after that? Nieli asked. In his previous life, when he was forced to leave Glory City, he was only 16 years old. Therefore, he naturally knows nothing about this. Yizong and Yixiu looked at each other. That Demon Lord created the Dark Guild. Yizong said, "Some say that he died not long after he created the Dark Guild. Some say that he's still alive." In the following hundreds of years, the power of the Dark Guild grew day by day, and the leader of the Dark Guild has always been called the Demon Lord. The leader of the Dark Guild has always been called the Demon Lord? In his previous life, Nieli didn't know about this secret. He recalled the scene that he saw on the ancient tablet. That youth is the leader of the Dark Guild? That doesn't seem to be the case. Although that youth should be an expert, he doesn't have the temperament of a leader. Could it be that the image on the ancient tablet was left behind by the Demon Lord when he was young? When he disappeared, did he enter the Abyss prison realm? Hearing about this matter, everyone couldn't help sighing. The Dark Guild was actually created by the families of Glory City. Originally, without the Dark Guild, the entire Glory City would be united when facing the demon beasts. The current Dark Guild is already powerful enough to threaten the safety of Glory City. When I reach legend rank, I might be able to meet this Demon Lord. Nieli thought to himself, suddenly thinking of something. Yizong's gaze fell onto Duanjian and hesitantly asked, "This is?" He could feel that the aura coming from Duanjian is very powerful. Even he couldn't see through it. He's called Duanjian. Nieli introduced. "I'm Master Nia, Li's servant." Duanjian respectfully said to Yizong, "Nia, Li's servant?" Yizong and Yixiu felt a chill in their hearts. When they first saw Duanjian, they felt the powerful aura coming from him. At first, they thought that he's a mysterious expert. They never imagined that he's actually Nia, Li's servant. Nia, Li actually accepted such a powerful servant. They have a feeling that Duanjian's strength is at least black gold rank. It took them a long time to suppress the shock in their hearts. Anything that happens to Nia, Li isn't strange anymore. Nieli, since he's your man, you can make the arrangements. Yizong looked at Nieli. "Okay." Nieli nodded his head, looked at Duanjian and said, "Duanjian, you can do as you please in the City Lord's mansion. Treat it like your own home." "Yes, master." Duanjian respectfully said, "What do you mean by treat it like your own home?" Yi Zong couldn't help feeling a little helpless. "Nieli, stay behind. The rest can go back and cultivate," Yi Zong said to Daozit and the rest after pondering briefly. "Yes, City Lord." Daozit and the rest respectfully listened to the order and left after bidding farewell to Nieli. Xiaoning and Yixian looked at Niel, then looked at Yi Zong before leaving the City Lord's Hall. After everyone left, only Nieli, Yi Zong, and Yi Xiu were left. "Father-in-law, you have something to say to me?" Nieli looked at Yi Zong and smiled. Yi Zong's face turned black and said, "Nieli, don't think that I don't know what you're planning. In the future, you're not allowed to call me father-in-law in front of so many people. Otherwise, I won't let you off." "Hey, father-in-law, you're too immoral. I've already given you the control of the 10,000 demonic beast array. You even accepted such a precious item like the blood crystal. I even told you about the ancient array being connected to the abyss prison realm. In the end, you're not going to acknowledge it after eating it clean. Aren't you a little too unjust as the city lord?" Nieli looked at Yi Zong with disdain. Yi Zong was speechless. Nieli is simply too shameless. He wants to exchange for his daughter with just these things. That's my biological daughter. On the other hand, Yi Xiu coughed a few times, smiled, and said, "Don't argue about this. Nieli, Lord Yi Zong is the city lord after all. You still have to give him some face. You can rest assured about the matter between you and Ziyun. As long as Ziyun nods her head, the city lord and I will not obstruct you. But as for father-in-law, you have to give him a betrothal gift first." Damn, such a precious item like the blood crystal isn't considered a betrothal gift? However, I won't bicker with you guys. What do you want? As long as you can tell me, I'll immediately give it to you with both hands. Seeing that Yi Zong did not object, Nieli's mood became good. After settling Yi Zong, he can only wait for Yi Ziyun. Although Yi Ziyun still can't tell what her attitude is, at least she's still concerned about him. With Nieli's understanding of Yi Ziyun, he will definitely slowly win her heart. As long as there aren't any competitors, there won't be much of a problem. As for competitors, one is Xinyu, but he's already hopeless. The other is Yi Han. Yi Ziyun and Yi Han have a grudge since young, so it's even more impossible for Yi Han. Matters of feelings need to be nurtured slowly. Since there aren't any competitors, Nieli isn't in a hurry. He has to settle the urgent matter at hand. On one hand, there's the Sacred Family and the Dark Guild, and on the other hand, there's the Demon Beast Horde. Towards Nieli, Yi Zong is helpless. In his entire life, everyone has to listen to him. However, he can't suppress Nieli at all. Yi Zong doesn't want to be entangled in this matter any longer. As long as Nieli has enough contributions to Glory City and is able to gain the recognition of the elders of the Snow Wind family, as well as his feelings for Yin, then he can only let nature take its course. Nieli, we've already found the evidence of the Sacred Family colluding with the Dark Guild. We've even found the Dark Guild's branch in Glory City. Next up is the problem of how to deal with the Sacred Family. Do you have any good ideas? Yi Zong said. He couldn't help sighing in his heart. There's going to be a huge battle in Glory City. He really can't bear to see this scene. However, if the tumor of the Sacred Family isn't removed, it will be a huge threat in the future. Unknowingly, Yi Zong actually started to seek Nieli's opinion. After all, in this period of time, Nieli has already become an influential figure in Glory City. Yi Xiu pondered for a moment and said, "The Sacred Family and the Dark Guild's branch, no matter which one we get rid of first, it will alert the other one. However, if we were to deal with both of them at the same time, our Snowwind family doesn't have that many experts. But if we were to ask the other families to send experts, we're afraid that the news would leak out. We don't know if there are any spies from the Dark Guild or the Sacred Family in the other families. This is a difficult problem in front of them." Chapter 159. Every demon beast horde is a nightmare. Therefore, Glory City is on full alert. Outside the city, lords haul the experts of various families have been arranged to the various city walls, leaving only the Sacred Families group. Yi Zong and Shen Hong looked at each other. A chilling light flashed in their eyes. Shen Hong lightly smiled, looked at Shen Hong and said, "I never thought that Glory City would encounter a demon beast horde again. As a member of Glory City, for the safety of Glory City, my sacred family will naturally go through water and tread on fire. I wonder what the city lord has arranged for my sacred family to do." Yi Zong narrowed his eyes, looked at Shen Hong, and said, "The rest of the experts of the sacred family will go and defend the northern city wall. However, I would like Brother Shin to make a trip with me. We'll go to the southern city wall and hold the line. How about it?" With the arrival of the demon beast horde, who knows what Shen Hong will do? If he lets Shen Hong out of his sight, Yi Zong will definitely feel uneasy. "I'm willing to serve the city lord," Shen Hong said, smiling. How could he not know what Yi Zong is thinking? "Brother Shen, let's go." "City lord, please." Nye, Li, Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch were the first to arrive at the southern city wall. This time, when the demon beast horde comes, the southern city wall will be the first to bear the brunt. It's the most dangerous place. There's still 10 hours before the demon beast horde. Under the command of Nye Li, over 1,000 fighters were digging outside the city. Because the demon beast horde is coming, everyone was very nervous and their movements were swift. What is Nye Li trying to do? Lu Piao was puzzled. These fighters were digging everywhere, causing the ground to be filled with potholes. However, these potholes are completely useless against the powerful snow, wind demon beasts. No matter what Nye Li wants to do, we'll just follow. Daozit picked up the shovel and kept shoveling the soil. The city guards on the city wall would occasionally look down at the battlefield. They couldn't understand what Nye Li and his group were doing. They could only see 2 deep ravines dug on both sides of the city wall. There was also a group of people pouring an oily liquid into the ravines. The ground in front of them had already been dug to an uneven height. The ground was filled with tens of thousands of fist-sized pits. There was another group of people who chopped down thousands of bright bamboos and sharpened the front of the bamboo into something like a spear. Then they poured something into the bamboo joints. In addition, there was also a group of alchemists coming from all over the place, each of them carrying buckets after buckets of medicine and other things. What are these people doing? I'm not sure. I don't understand at all. What's in those barrels? Why are they pouring it into those pits? Who knows? These city guards stood on top of the city wall, curiously discussing the actions of Nye Li and the others, temporarily dispelling the fear of the demon beast horde. As time passed, the fear in their hearts deepened. This was because they knew that the tide of beasts was about to arrive. Batches of experts from various clans swarmed to the city walls, which made them feel a little more at ease. The mottled city wall of Glory City looked even darker in the night, causing people's hearts to inexplicably feel a little heavy. In the past, who knows how many ancestors died on this city wall? Their blood was scattered on every brick of the city wall. Generations of ancestors constantly fighting with demon beasts. No one knows when the terrifying demon beast horde will arrive. No one knows if the last piece of land that they relied on for survival will be devoured by the demon beast horde. Below the city wall, over 1,000 fighters were still busy. Although their strength isn't that strong, their efficiency is still very high. In the end, the situation was even better than what Nye Li had expected. Nye Li even arranged more fortifications. While Nye Li was busy below, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger weren't willing to stay idle. They picked up a shovel and, like these ordinary fighters, kept on shoveling the soil. On top of the city wall, Yi Zong, Shen Hong, and the other top experts have already arrived. When the city guards saw Yi Zong standing in the wind, they felt a lot more at ease. In their hearts, Yi Zong is a godlike existence, the second person under Lord Yi Mo, the guardian of Glory City. At this moment, Yizong, Shenhong, Yixiu, and the rest were looking at the battlefield below the city wall that was filled with potholes and filled with all kinds of liquids. They were a little puzzled. What's going on? Yizong looked at Yixiu. Yixiu glanced at Shenhong from the corner of his eyes, shook his head, and said, I'm not sure either. Yizong was the first to react. All of this is probably related to Nieli. Only Nieli would do such strange things. Shenhong looked down, feeling a little baffled, and said, The demon beast horde is coming. What are these fools doing? What's the use of these things? Do they think that these things can stop the demon beast horde? They're simply ridiculous. Yizong and Yixiu did not refute. Since Nieli is already doing it, they can just quietly watch. There's no need to argue with Shenhong. At this moment, the patriarchs of the various families were a lot more lenient. Since the demon beast horde is coming, doing something is better than doing nothing. The divine family's patriarch said, smiling, Even if we do it, it's useless. If we want to defeat the demon beast horde, we still need to rely on our strength. Our fists are the reason. Shenhong proudly said, He has always been dissatisfied with Yizong's way of doing things. The things below should be arranged by Yizong, which he disdained. A brief moment of silence. Aside from the sound of shoveling soil, no one spoke. A moment later, someone broke the heavy atmosphere and said, This time it's only a 1,000,000-level demon beast horde. We don't have to be so nervous. We've defended against the previous few 1,000,000-level demon beast horde. Indeed, a 1,000,000-level demon beast horde can still be defended. However, every time a demon beast horde arrives, there will be a large number of casualties. In order to repel the demon beast horde, Glory City has to pay a painful price. After the demon beast horde, the whole city was in a state of desolation. 10 hours quickly passed. The demon beast horde still hasn't arrived. Everyone looked at the distant horizon, feeling a little puzzled. Just what's going on? Could it be that the demon beast horde isn't coming? The demon beast horde is formed by a large number of demon beasts. They're like a tidal wave, devouring everything they encounter along the way. No one knows the reason for the demon beast horde. It could be migration or hunting. Their route isn't fixed, and they might even change direction along the way. Everyone felt a little lucky in their hearts. After all, if the demon beast horde changed direction, then Glory City would be able to avoid this terrifying attack. Just when their hearts were slightly relaxed, a wave of beast roars came from the distant valley. The beast's roar sounded so mournful in the quiet night. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard the roars of beasts coming from afar. The demon beast horde is coming. Everyone defend! Defend! Those below quickly come up. After hearing the beast roar, Nieli and the rest immediately stopped what they were doing and hastily retreated into the city gate. The city gate fell with a rumble. The guards that were originally squatting on both sides of the city gate stood up and were on full alert. Almost every time the beast horde arrived, the city gate would be breached. What they would be facing would be a battle of flesh and blood. A few of the recruits were holding onto their spears with their hands slightly trembling. A veteran with a face full of scars looked at the recruit beside him and asked, "You're afraid?" The recruit nodded his head. "It's fine. I won't be afraid once we start fighting." The scar-faced veteran laughed. "A white knife will enter and a red knife will come out. At that time, there won't be any time to be afraid." Nieli and the rest quickly went up the city wall and looked into the distance. On the distant horizon, black dots appeared one after another. They became more and more concentrated, turning into a thick black line. The ground rumbled and trembled like dense thunder. In the Saint Ancestral Mountains, there are countless snow, wind, demon beasts. When these snow, wind, demon beasts gather together, it will become a terrifying demon beast horde. The sky was already bright. Looking at the horizon, one couldn't see the end. It was filled with demon beasts running. These demon beasts roared and charged towards Glory City. Yi Zong and the rest had already unsheathed their swords, ready to fight at any time. With their strength, as long as they don't encounter a black gold rank demon beast or above, they will be able to escape unscathed. Nia Li walked to Yi Xiu's side, glanced at Shen Hong, who was not far away, and said to Yi Xiu in a low voice, "Lord Yi Xiu, tell father-in-law and the rest not to make a move. Wait for the demon beast horde to reach the city wall first." Okay. Yi Xiu nodded his head. Towards Nia Li, he already has complete trust in him. Therefore, he did not ask Nia Li for the reason and went forward to pass on Nia Li's words to Yi Zong. The speed of the demon beast horde is very fast. It has already reached a distance of 3 miles from the city wall. There are all kinds of huge demon beasts. Some of them even exceeded 5 meters, causing people to feel fear. The patriarchs of the various families unsheathed their swords. "City Lord, it's about time to make a move." In the past, when the demon beast horde arrived, these experts would go up and withstand the first wave of attack. When they are exhausted from the battle, they would retreat and rest, allowing the guards on the city wall to withstand the first wave. After the experts have rested, they would continue to go up. This way, they can effectively display the strength of the experts. Wait. Yi Zong waved his hand. Nia Li just told Yi Xiu to tell him not to attack for the time being. "City Lord, what are you still waiting for?" Shen Hong said a little impatiently. If Yi Zong and the rest were to make a move, he can find an opportunity. If he can let Yi Zong be killed by the demon beasts without any flaws, that would be perfect. Yi Zong shook his head and said, "Wait." Hearing Yi Zong's words, all the experts stopped. They have no idea what Yi Zong is going to do next. In fact, Yi Zong also has no idea. It's just that Nia Li told him to do so. The demon beast horde is already nearing the city wall of Glory City. Within the demon beast horde, 80 to 90% of them are ordinary or bronze rank demon beasts. Their height is generally around 2 meters, and their bodies are huge. The amount of silver and gold rank demon beasts is a little less, but their height has reached 4 to 5 meters. In the center of the demon beast horde, there are around 10 black gold rank demon beasts. Their bodies are several times bigger than silver and gold rank demon beasts, like a huge hill. Almost all of these demon beasts are snow, wind demon beasts. As they ran, the wind and snow howled. The surrounding air seemed to have frozen. Roar, roar, roar. After discovering the human city wall, these demon beasts all roared and charged towards Glory City.